Hello, and welcome to another episode of Comet Tales. If you're new to our journey, I am your host, Oliver Oswald. I've adopted this game from Leech of the Bronze for us to see the wonderful characters we've developed, see their stories to the end. I'd like to introduce our amazing players. Let's start with Maris Aurum playing his character, Valentine Vonderheist.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm Maris. I'm a Celestial Dragon VTuber. I specialize in reading streams where we talk all things books and literature, and I also run my own D&D campaign called The Trial of Hearts. I play that every other Wednesday, so if you love all things romantic fantasy, drama, intrigue, and shenanigans, definitely check that out as well. But while I am here, I play Valentine Vonderheist, the party's ever posh, ever lovely gunslinging fighter.
And it's always a wonderful time. Please go check out Maris's campaign. It's an absolutely amazing time. I have been so busy I haven't had the chance to catch up, but the Vods are on YouTube, so it's something that you can experience at your own pace if you're not checking out Maris live on Twitch, which, go check out Maris live on Twitch. It would be cool, and you should do it. Up next, we have Lily Faywood playing her character, Lyra Vonderheist.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lily. I am an aspiring artist that draws mostly D&D stuff based off my characters, my campaigns, etc. I also, as mentioned, run my own campaign, Mistwalker's Spectre of Eternity. The first 5 episodes of that are up on my YouTube. Excited to record the 6th one this coming Saturday. Generally post them the Monday after. But yeah, as for during Lovely Comet Tales, I play Lyra Vonderheist, the Lamia astrologian, astrologist, etc. The lone magic user of the party, because that's an interesting situation to find myself in. But very excited to play, very excited to be here, very excited to be queer, as always.
And we are very, very happy to have you, and it's a treat to enjoy your campaign as well. Definitely go check it out. Up next, we have Beatrix Bunny playing her character Zuza Silvana.
Hello. My name is Beatrix Bunny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope that is usually found playing things like roguelikes, doing digital artwork, RPGs, and such. I am currently running a campaign in the Deadlands system, which is, if you enjoy alternate history, Wild West, gothic horror mashups, then you should check it out. It's going to be going on hiatus soon, though, so I'm hoping to get started on campaign 2, which is going to be a fairy tale Las Vegas heist season. So fingers crossed that'll be starting soon. Here, however, I play Zuza Silvana. I am a little mechanically half a vampire warlord, well, a noble at least, who my best traits is I make the rest of my party look just that much cooler. Not that they need much help with that.
That's
Also,
not true.
I loved hearing your description of the campaign, Maris, because for some reason, popped into my head. If you watched Bridgerton but thought, wow, this is a terrible party composition, consider, perhaps.
Can I interest you in my delightful disaster of a party?
No, you are absolutely wonderful, B. And since it's going on a hiatus, that actually is the perfect opportunity for you to start watching and catch up to it. I might have to consider picking that up too. I have very many things to catch up and pick up, so I will definitely add it to my list. I'm eyeing eagerly. Lastly, and certainly not leastly, we have Azura, the Azura Dragon, playing as her character Ashala.
Hi, I'm a variety streamer and content creator. Is a blue dragon from the D&D universe. Happy to all see you here. You'll probably find me most likely playing a variety of different games. I'm a variety streamer by trade. So far, it's been definitely a lot of Pokemon. However, there have been some games here and there which I've just been feeling a little bit nostalgic recently, so I've been recently picking up games like Ratchet and Clank 2 and Ratchet and Clank 2 and stuff like that. You'll usually find me like mostly during the weekdays streaming, but other than that, I'll be mostly spending my weekends playing D&D, such as in games like these.
And it's an absolutely wonderful time to go hang out in Azura streams. I actually pop in very frequently when I can and just lurk for a little bit. Ratchet and Clank, amazing game. Watching Azura play, even more fun. One of the Pokemon games you were playing, I saw that you had a character model that looked exactly like you. Was that a tribute from the author?
That isn't from like the author per se. That is an edit done by a friend of mine who supports the game himself. And is in fact playing it on his streams as well, by the name of Kurt Cladden. You'll probably see him in the chat actually while I do those streams as well.
Absolutely wonderful. That's super neat too.
Yeah.
Very special thank you to some people who make this happen. A special thank you to Borrowbound, a new one, tabletopmusic.com, and Distant Echoes for providing us with the amazing soundtracks that we use. Special thank you to Vesper Fortune for lore consulting, and of course to Kaylin Frost, also known as Frog Shop, for character artwork. In our last adventure, Crystal Dragons finally returned back home from the Star Chaser base, the fleet. Amalgamation of asteroids and ships bound together with thick alloyed string. Upon their arrival, Lyra's abilities were able to give them a warning of a threat approaching. Zeus's lost sibling, Isolde. Isolde bears the same lineage that bears an ancient entity, the sun-devouring wolf, and as such has a special interest in defeating all of Zeus's people, the Wolf Wardens. Until she is able to unleash the full might of the beast. Within moments of her arrival, a fierce elemental monk crash-landed upon the ship, Isolde emerging from within his shadow. The party chose to keep their star-like form of life that had brought Zuza back to life, rather than exchange it to Akan, an ancient god of fate who has been observing the party for some time, causing Isolde's interest twofold. Firstly, to check how Zuza had returned to life, preventing more control of the wolf from returning to Isolde. Secondly, to observe Zuza's absorption of a star, a feat their people have not achieved in generations. Isolde sought to utilize their overwhelming power to ponder Zuza's abilities, but Valentine's force of will was the only one strong enough to overcome such powerful magics. Unable to even combat Isolde from the sheer ability of their retainer, Isolde questioned what it was that made Zuza so special before being urged on by Storm, the monk, to finish up and move on. Before Isolde could rip the star from Zuza, Stephen, the Fey Dragon advisor, intervened and bluffed that Lex Frigate would not allow an unsanctioned kill upon his agents. Isolde seemed hesitant, but ultimately relented. This was more in their favor, after all. Giving Valentine more respect than she normally would, she bid the party farewell and disappeared into Storm's shadow, only for him to take off in a flash of lightning. Owing their survival to their supervisor, the party made good on their promise to speak with Lex Frigate, confronting the five-headed draconic pirate lord and revealing the Illithid incursion where they were intended to have their mission take place. Frigate cleared his chamber and revealed to the party that it was a test to see whether or not they had bravado or bravery, or the intelligence to see through his plot. Frigate's minimum intention was for the party to simply scout out the planet, but he chose to command them to conquer it, wanting to see if they were capable of greater heights. Their information was much more valuable to him, even if it was essentially to bring him the message of imminent war. Lex Frigate revealed to the party that he intended to take the role of King of the Fleet, a mantle he had previously worn in the long history of the fleet, but would relinquish his title as soon as the threat was averted. He would then promote the party to the rank of Silver, granting them a medallion as the status of their rank, and request that they continue to serve the Star Chasers in the coming era of war. A boon was offered in exchange for the life of a companion they had lost, Groba, but was rejected. Zuza instead requested for her Crystal Dragon rapier to become enhanced. While this was not something Lex Frigate could personally do, he offered instead to grant the weapon a fraction of his might instead. Leaving the weapon, and leaving with a renewed sense of purpose, the party set up to ponder their role in the story of the Star Chasers, and if they could potentially even save Lyra's planet next before they were interrupted by an old friend, MacMuffin, who abruptly strolled up and awkwardly asked for their assistance to meet with Finea. The draconic elf guildmaster had finally found where Mac's family may be within the Githyanki network and wants to meet with the party to discuss rescuing them. While the party goes out to meet with Finea immediately, Ashala instead traveled to a place she had not been in years, her own home within the hideout of Skaith the Steel Serpent. An unassuming building with an unassuming facade leading to the true den within the basement. Ashala found that it was empty, save for one individual, the treasure and gold-savvy eyes and ears of Skaith, Rui Kotoba, a woman who had taken on a sort of motherly role to Ashala when she grew up among the legendary pirate. Taking time to catch up while also asking about the whereabouts of the missing man, Harold Moondrop, the father of the companion, Amber Moondrop, who had seen the two gangs that were previously fighting, that drew him in, have put aside their differences and formed a new gang, the Tunnel Snakes, who have taken him hostage into the mines. Rui wished Ashala the best and asked her to stop by again sometime soon. The party sought out Finea, having a brief meeting where the guild mistress revealed that she was, in fact, aware of where MacMuffin's family is, and that she could catch up to the slaver ships with the use of an experimental Federation spelljammer, the Quantum of Solace, which can travel utilizing an experimental warp drive to appear anywhere within the galaxy with some inaccuracy. She intends to test the vessel first, but Finea expects that it will work, and that the party will utilize it to raid the Geth vessels. Finally, the party took the time to travel within the Underside to meet with their sponsoring patron, the Weaver, only to find that he is not present within his inverted spire. Cheryl has taken over day-to-day matters as his condition continues to get worse. The party learned that only 3 items remain to remove his condition. A Mask of the False to maintain the memories, a Philosopher's Stone to compose the body, and finally, the 10th level spell Echoes, to bring everything together and recompose the Weaver. Zuza began to learn more of her condition, and how the star to bring her back is a gradual process that will grant new abilities. Cheryl lets on that she's more aware of who Lyra is, and is beholden to the Weaver's wishes and can't reveal more to her at her own risk. We return as the party leaves the silvered walls of the Weaver's home. The remainder of the previously busy day theirs to conquer. Zuza. You, in particular, feel an unusual warmth beginning to emanate through your fingers, and look down to see your hands beginning to glow at the fingertips. A sort of flowing disc, light dancing across each edge, at the edge of your nails. You feel satiated. More than anything, you feel as honed as the edge of a perfected knife. Perhaps these were the powers that Cheryl spoke of.
Hmm. That's rather strange.
What's up?
I'm not sure. Something with my fingers. They just feel very... I feel strangely energized.
Certainly not a bad thing.
No, just very strange. Sort of a tingling, maybe. I'm not really sure how to utilize this, so I'll just kind of try to focus on my fingers, I suppose.
Go ahead and make a Constitution check.
Okay. That is a 13.
As you sort of draw upon this energy and you feel it flow from your chest out to your arms, down through your wrists and out to your hands and finally your fingers, everyone else can see a brief just glow as you sort of glide your hands, almost cutting straight through the air as it sort of sizzles as you sort of pass through it. Eventually, you get more of a grasp on it, becomes much more solid, almost like a halo at the very, very edge of your fingers. You reach out and very quickly swipe at the air in front of you, and it seems to almost bend to pull in towards your fingers. And very quickly, you release the energy and just exhale gently, and all of a sudden, the light fades from your fingers on one hand. You have very solid control over this new ability that you suddenly developed.
It's new.
Hmm.
Certainly haven't had any sort of light powers before.
No. Most might be a lucky nick from the rapier, but this is certainly something else. I mean, it doesn't feel bad. It feels rather potent, really.
Hmm.
Can I
Well,
get... Oh, go ahead.
I was merely going to suggest that perhaps, if we were to see what you can do, we should probably put it to practical testing before going out on, let's say, another task. After all, we don't want to just merely try to see what we can do with this, without really knowing exactly what you can do.
Hmm. Quite right. We'll have to try and find some venue. I'm sure we can find some manner of dummy or other some other sort of target to practice upon.
DM, can I tell, is that virus magic? Or at least something that's like it?
Make an Arcana check.
Will do. That's a 12. I rolled a 3.
You can roll with advantage.
Okay. I'll do another one then. That's a 26. It's a bit better.
You are intimately familiar with your own magic, and while it does seem to be, it has traces of what seems to be parts of your magic. It seems almost as if it's an evolution of your magic, in a way. Almost as if something that was composed utilizing part of you and transformed, in a way, through Zuza.
I think she'll just keep it to herself, but she definitely is thinking, just internally, of just like, I've got to figure out what the fuck is going on with me. Apparently I can give people superpowers.
I believe you made frickin' Zuza digivolve into Solar Zuza.
Okay.
But currently, you all are outside of Weaver's Gate in the underside.
Oh, Valentine, you wanted to pick up your weapon? I don't know what to call it.
Yes, I would like to make a stop and pick it up if it's ready.
It doesn't take long for everyone to make their way over to the lower Forge district. And entering inside, it seems that there are still plenty of dwarves that are working within the yard. And you look around in particular for the young mistress of the forge, Linen, who had helped you previously. Although you're having a bit of trouble finding her necessarily. There are plenty of individuals that are all racing around trying to work on different things. You try to recall any particular details. Go ahead and make me a history check. Maybe you can try to remember her.
Ooh. Oh no. What a strange thing to ask me, DM. 14?
14. You tried to bring the details to your mind and seem to have a somewhat of an easy time. You recall a blue headdress upon her head and a very darker colored apron compared to all the others. And before long, you see her back turned closer towards the more temple-like building at the very edge of the Forge District. And you see her working on a seemingly massive greatsword and hammering away with a massive sledgehammer.
Hello?
As you call out to her, she seemingly jumps a bit, and a massive swing down occurs, and she shatters the greatsword into pieces.
Oh dear.
Valentine, right?
Yes, goodness, that is formidable strength you possess.
Well, it's a bit of training, I guess, is really what you could call it. You were working on a weapon. Well, I was working on your weapon.
Yes, I just... the bolter. I just wanted to pop by, see what the progress is, if it's ready. If not, I can certainly come back.
It's experimental. And like I said, I'm really not the weapons person here. I'm really much more suited to armor. But remember you said that you thought that the feel of it was a little bit too heavy and it's a little bit awkward to wield. So I figured I would add a grip onto the side of it, and rather than holding it up as you would your muskets or your pistols and outright aiming it, I've designed it where it's supposed to be held actually at your waist now. Come with me. And she leads you into sort of the back room where you see the other dwarf, seemingly her father, Isambard, has his arms crossed and is watching another dwarf attempt to put together a very complex-looking staff. He huffs in your general direction as you enter and goes back to focusing. Before Linen very quickly and quietly sort of sneaks by and lifts up the massive bolter, the handle on the side and the grip on the bottom as she walks it over, pointed down and pushes it over towards you. Feel free to take a look at it. Unfortunately, there's a bit of an issue where it jams at times, but at the most,
I'm not unused to. Thankfully.
at the most, it won't break. Not sure who really built this back in the day, but they knew how to build them. Definitely won't be breaking. At the most, it just needs to have a little pullback on the charging handle. Check that on the opposite side. So you just want to lift up the grip a little bit closer towards you and just pull it back. Just be careful, though, when it jams. It tends to pinch your fingers. I pinched mine a couple of times, but otherwise, it really, really shouldn't do that much to you.
Thank you, Linen. Let's take a look here. And she'll sort of heft it up and set it against, set the strap over her shoulder and set it at her hip, sort of shifting around, feeling the weight. It is a cumbersome beast, isn't it? But this is much better. I feel like I have a much firmer grip on it.
Yeah, I think the strap might have been the issue, and also the fact that it will absolutely knock you on your ass if you try to shoot it. Speaking of, you might have a yard, though, not certain if it's really busy at this time. Come with me. We'll go take a quick look.
Valentine's got sparkles in her eyes as she she follows Linen.
I just want to see the kind of damage this thing can do.
She's
And hey, if
the
there's dummies,
poor
I
girl
would
is
definitely use that.
completely covered in soot, and you can't tell if it's bags under her eyes or if it's just soot that's directly under her eyes from her wiping her eyes. But she leads you sort of towards the back where there is a single stone pillar that seems to have a sort of magical shimmering covering on top of it. It's got a shield and a sword that it sort of stands up in a defensive position. She sort of gestures to it, and she runs over towards you and calls out, "Range clear!" And everyone who was nearby to it seems to start to wander off towards the sides and getting out of your field of fire. It's all yours.
Let's see what this beast can do. And she'll take aim and fire. Just 20 piercing damage right out the gate.
That's
Oh my
Pretty good.
god.
As you cock back the charging handle for the first time and feel one of the absolutely massive bullets load into the bolter, you almost feel it knock you back a little bit. And when you pull the trigger, the whole thing seems to just freeze you in place as you lock your legs to be able to stand still while firing it. It's definitely still got the weight to it, but it's definitely much easier to handle. This weapon reduces the number required to crit by 1, and can stack with other sources. It reduces the target's AC by 2 on the attack roll. And when you're firing it, you have to expend 10 feet of movement to fire a shot, or roll a DC 15 acrobatics check to avoid being knocked prone. On a misfire, it does have a 1d6 bludgeoning damage, but it only requires an attack action to unjam the weapon, and it cannot be permanently damaged.
Oh my
That's crazy.
That is so cool.
You can see like Valentine's kind of like shaking a little bit, but it's like more excitement than like nerves. And she's just, well, certainly has a bit of kick to it.
bit
Definitely.
of kick. I think that thing would permanently injure some of us if we tried.
Mm.
Definitely one of the bigger things I've worked on, though there was this one big orc that I helped my dad out with. But overall, it seems to be working pretty well.
Most invigorating. Thank you. And she'll extend a hand to shake Lennon's hand.
Lennon, this seems like almost hesitant, but a smile goes across her face, and she sort of reaches into a pocket and just starts like wiping her hand down, and then shakes her hand.
Gives her a very firm, enthusiastic shake of her hand.
Oh,
Job well
one more
done.
thing. The ammo for it, definitely a bit special. This one I actually had to get my dad to help out with, and fortunately he was kind enough to help me out with it. But for now, I was able to get you about 20 shots with it.
I see.
Probably cost about maybe 5 gold pieces a shot.
Understood.
Hmm.
Should I come to you then for future ammunition purchases?
Sure. If you're not too keen on having, crappier ammo, you could always try and see what the Mercane have, but as far as what I can make, mine's not necessarily up to the snuff of what my dad can make, but I can certainly keep practicing, and I'll see if I can whip up something for you. Your tab's been paid for it, at least.
I think I should like to fund the endeavors of future craftsmen. And she'll take out a sack of coins, hand it to Lennon, and just, I'll take 30 more shots, if you don't mind.
That'll do. Feel free to come back, maybe about an hour. I'll see what I can whip up.
Excellent.
And Lennon sort of wipes her head and runs off carrying a bunch of smoke powder, some seemingly interesting looking metal casings that are very, very long, some of the longest bullets you've seen. And sort of disappears for some time. I imagine you all are going to just wait the hour.
As that's going on, I think she'll take the opportunity to also approach Isambard as well. If that's okay.
You enter back into the sort of temple-like building, and you find the masterful dwarven smith, arms crossed, watching as the other dwarf is about to finish putting the staff together. And he places one last piece in, and then it bursts with magic, and seemingly burns the other dwarf, and Isambard just chucks a potion at him, and it just shatters, and just a bright of white and blue light overcomes him and heals his face, but he's still just holding his face.
The glass is still in there. It's
Again.
healed over, though.
And he turns, giving you a bit of a half glance, Valentine.
Not wanting to interrupt his work, she's kind of learned her lesson from their last encounter to not be presumptuous and assume she can just command his attention and time. She'll sort of stand back and just watch him work for a little bit. And whenever there's like a pause in his motions and his work and his conversation, she'll approach and just very politely give a nod of her head and extend her hand to him as well. It's good to see you again, sir.
He seems to give you your full attention, given that you were very patient, and shakes your hand very firmly. Roll me a strength saving throw.
Oh.
Not one,
Oh,
baby.
no!
How many fingers do I have broken?
You feel a bit of a crushing sensation in your hand, having practiced a very firm handshake. It's almost surprising to finally get one back from the fleet yourself. And he immediately realizes that he's going a bit hard on you, and he releases his hand.
She
She's
tries
covered
to
in
not let it
calluses.
show on her face, and she's just got this very tight smile. Just
There's
You
a
take-
singular tear
you take-
rolling down.
You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
She'll sort of shake out her hand a little bit and just, well, I see you were right to put your faith in Linen. She's done an excellent job with the bolter. And I wanted to thank you as well, sir. I know our last interaction was not the most pleasant, and I just wanted to let you know I took your words and advice to heart, and they served me very well.
You actually notice that as you started to speak to him, his eyes slowly drifted from being looking directly into your eyes, slowly drifting to the right to the weapon holstered at your side. And you see, almost for a very faint moment, a bit of a sparkle in his eye.
Oh.
Well, seems that you've been at least keeping some attention to your weapons.
More so than before, I assure you.
Your patron assured me that extra funds would be coming my way for supporting you, and as I've said before, I only support the best. I put
Well.
insurmountable amount of time into crafting every single weapon for every single individual I craft for. For me to make you something would be for me to know you. And if I know that you will not maintain your equipment, then I feel that my time would be wasted. But now, essentially, there is more to you than meets the eye.
I will ever strive to prove myself.
His arms return to cross, and he just gives you a very affirming nod.
I see great potential in your linen, and I have given her additional commission work. I
She's
hope
a
that's
busy
all right.
girl. She works at her own pace. She's her own woman after all. I think it would be acceptable, and I have no objections towards her taking on your work. After all, she needs to learn how to make weapons anyway. The only thing she ever picked up from me was armor, and it's not enough. And he takes a step towards you, and he's a pretty tall dwarf. But he almost has to go a bit on his tippy toes to sort of just whisper into your ear. Don't overwork the girl. And he just sort of pats you on the back with his big calloused hand and walks past you, going out to the yard to go find his next person to overburden.
As he walks away and he's finally gone out of earshot, Valentine will, like, slump over, like, ow! Alright, well. I think I need to get stronger if I'm gonna continue hiring this man.
Don't we all?
Do you need any quick attention on your hand?
Oh, good.
Valentine?
Oh, no, goodness. Don't fuss over me.
It's hardly a fuss.
She just kind of stretches her hand out. Just, no, quite all right. It's been a long time since man's been that firm with me.
Where are you going to put that gun, by the way?
You know,
It's awfully big.
it is awfully big, and, my panniers can only hide so much.
That's certainly not going to hide in any part of your outfit.
Hmm.
It's not particularly
Certainly-
the most sizable weapon in the world. It's just that it's unwieldy more than anything, because it has been adjusted for size. So realistically, if you wanted to do the, is it the Wreck-It Ralph character?
Yes, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
If you wanted to do that, it's theoretically possible. It would probably just be a little bit uncomfortable, and it would probably bang against your legs while you're walking, unless you have a good way of securing it.
Unfortunate. I suppose well, I guess I'll need to do strength training regardless if I'm going to be carrying this around.
You do have 5 of the guns on you at all times.
She just gives a grin at that.
One can never be too careful, though.
Of course, one can never be too careful, but it's just impressive.
A lady must be prepared for any sort of situation.
Indeed.
For now, she's just gonna sling the strap over her shoulder, and the gun will sort of rest at her back.
Okay. You have secured your new bolter. and the rest of the day awaits the crystal dragons wherever they wish to take it, be
While
it
we're
to
here,
rest
did you
or
say
to.
that there were targets?
There are some targets and training grounds. After you cleared out of the yard, it seems to sort of just like pick up with every now and then you'll see like a dwarf walk over with a seemingly experimental weapon that they've been sort of like working on or like smithing. And you find that there's one that's open for you to walk up to and try.
I just want to see what happens. I just, cautiously try to claw at this thing.
Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Oh boy. Watch it be a nat 1. 13.
13. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay. 14 radiant.
As you hold your hand back, you feel just a bit of hesitation and you feel your heart begin to pulse. And you feel the energy surge from your heart out through your hand. And finally, you take a swipe really, really quickly, and it creates almost a sound as it passes straight through the statue, causing it to crumble despite the magic shielding.
Oh. Huh. I can't say I was expecting that. I guess I'll just try to like look around to the others like, what do I make of this? I'm not sure how to process that my hands can just do this now.
Sounds like at least you physical folks have a bit of training to do.
Yes, we'll have to ask you for advice on matters more mystical.
I assure you that I have absolutely no idea how to handle that.
Oh, certainly more idea than I do.
If I had any ideas about what my powers were, where they came from, I suppose. But
Ashala, make me a perception check.
Ooh.
Very well. Let me see if I can. Oh, shoot, hold on. Here we go. A perception check, you say. Once it loads.
No rush.
Oh. I think my character sheet might be I think it's frozen.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's just stuck on the D20 as it's loading.
No.
I might need a refresh.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, if need be, you can tap it for me.
Yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and pop that for you. Perception. Moral. 12. You actually hear the cry of what appears to be a sort of draconic creature, but not one that you'd immediately be frightened by. You look up to the sky and see a wyvern rider, something of an interesting sort that are rarely seen in the underside. They're a sort of mailmen that are run through the Adventurers Guild. And they deliver messages that are received through sending. You see that the rider seems to be just sort of scanning around looking for someone. And he reaches into his bag and pulls out a single letter and just sort of flings it like a throwing card. And it sort of lands at the ground generally near your feet. And the man flies off, seemingly onto his next delivery.
Peculiar. As I just pick up the letter and just kind of gloss over it to see who it's actually for.
You see that it's actually for Valentine, which is a bit interesting as to why it was delivered to you. Perhaps the person recognized that you were with the rest of them.
Hmm. Hey, Valentine.
Hmm?
If you're done playing with your toys, got a letter for you.
Ah, curious. She'll walk over, take the letter from her hand. Is it written like my name on the envelope? Is it a handwriting I immediately recognize?
No, it is written by the mailing service run by the
Okay.
Adventurers Guild, so you presume it's a message sent through sending that was translated and intended to be delivered to you.
Fair enough. Yeah, she'll crack open that letter.
You crack it open and read the words, Valentine, Lyra, come home. Your father is returning to us and we need you back. Come to Port Avis, Granddad will escort you home. Mother. Roll a insight check with
I was gonna
advantage.
say, that can't be right. 23.
First off, you don't have a granddad.
Mm-hmm.
Which immediately clues you in that this is a warning to you. It is written in the same tone that your mother would write to you, although it's a bit hard to tell with only 25 words. You do recognize that Port Avis was the port where you had actually boarded a spelljammer on, back on your home planet with Lyra. So the only person who likely would have known that would have potentially been someone within your family. There's not likely to be many other people who would have caught you slipping out.
See. She's going to tuck that into her skirt's pockets and try to very nonchalantly grab Lyra's attention and just like kind of walk over to her and just, not a spot of news.
No?
Yes. She'll take out the letter, hand it over to Lyra for her to read over herself.
I assume I see the
Apparently-
same letter.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
Apparently, our grandfather's back from the dead.
Is that so?
Either that, or Mama is trying to tell us something.
They want us home.
I
If
think
anything,
that someone wants us home. And I think this is a warning to avoid said person that wants us home.
if anything, at least my read on it would be they're trying to get us home, and this was perhaps Mama's way of giving us a warning that we should, in fact, not head home.
Thoughts exactly. Not that I was in much of a hurry to be getting back anyway, but I think this all but confirms that we're best left elsewhere.
I could attempt to reach out myself.
Through magical means, I presume.
Right, it's something I've only recently feel like I've been able to manifest, but
Goodness,
try.
what else have you learned how to do?
to be honest, I have no idea. It just seems like, at least in terms of things traveling through space, at least seem to make some more sense, but at the same time, it's so endlessly fast that I could not even begin to fathom the actual complexities.
Well, I have to wonder about what all is being monitored about our movements, because clearly someone knew to find us here. Unless they sent other messages out to other parts of the galaxy, and this one just happened to hit its mark.
They gave the message to Charlotte, though.
Yes.
One wonders what that means for the description that was given of us.
Indeed.
Also, Mama didn't even mention me.
She did.
Oh, she did?
Yes, Valentine,
Both of our
Lyra, come
names.
home.
Right, okay. I was misremembering that then. My bad.
Yeah, didn't want you to get sad. No.
I was gonna try and use it as a reason to be like, this is extra sus.
My mother loves me. In any case, perhaps a quick message would be prudent. Just to let her know that we're all right. I don't think we should say where we are, though. What we're doing. Just I hate to sound so indifferent, but a status report.
I'll work on that. I'll figure it out.
Perhaps I should inquire as to who the sender of this message was.
Certainly could not hurt, even if they do respond with it being Mama. Then we can at least validate that part of it.
Right. I'll look into that. After all, I think you have other things to do. Kind of wiggles her eyebrows a little bit.
At some point, yes, of course.
Well.
Admitted you don't scare her away like the others.
I can't guarantee anything, but I can only assume that she is of much sturdier constitution than anyone else who's attempted to garner your attentions.
I see that perception check.
Not only do you see the Wyvern Rider, you look through his soul and you know his social security number.
Ooh.
I
A
do
little
believe.
identity fraud is a treat.
I mean, I'm just this is more of just a like
That's what
more
would have
perception check
been
of
rolled.
how much of how much of this she would have picked up to just like I don't imagine Ashala right there listening in per se, but probably at enough distance to kind of maybe read lips.
Do either of you make your conversation more discreet?
No.
I think they're speaking mostly out loud,
Like,
but just at a distance.
They're talking out loud. Listen,
At a distance,
like when she's
yes.
talking about the letter, it's quiet. Talking about a Charlotte, nah.
I think I get a good general gist of what you're talking about.
To be fair, I do appreciate you getting rid of most of them.
Always happy to provide my services. Should you require them again, do let me know.
I hope not.
Me neither, I quite like her.
She'll just blush at that a little bit. Say, fair to have approval.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, dear.
No, not in that situation. But just even to go on a date.
That I think I can permit.
But
But yeah, after a little bit of quiet chit chat, they'll rejoin the group.
That was the well, I'm assuming the letter legit or anything, or
Missives from home.
Hmm.
But hopefully nothing to worry about.
hopefully.
Lyra looks at, Lyra just looks over at Valentine, just like, oh, we're lying. Oh, okay. Well, not lying, but just we're hiding the full truth.
Well, I think we've more or less done what we needed to do for our shopping trip, didn't we? Unless there was anything else we needed to do.
There was one other thing that I thought might be worth picking up at the present moment.
Of course, Susan. What was it that you needed while we're down here?
Well, I can't help but be troubled by the fact that despite not leaking said information to anyone, or it indeed even being entirely within our control, that my relative still was able to precisely know exactly when and where we would be returning. I don't particularly fear subterfuge, but some sort of magic, perhaps, certainly. And I was thinking finding some insurance against that might be for the best.
That would mean we'd need to understand how exactly she's keeping track of you. Which, sure, there's probably ways of masking it through magical means. But if it's not just magic that she's tracking you with, but through either, as you say, espionage or a deeper connection, that is up to skepticism, I'm afraid.
Do you still think it worth perhaps investing in something that could blockade divinatory magic?
At the very least, it would limit their options. So it might be worth looking around for such a trinket.
As long as it doesn't interfere with any divination magic coming from our side of things.
Nothing that I can think of that would become an issue for that, at least.
Markets are not necessarily too far off if you were looking to obtain a magic item, and there is always Iris's shop.
I think out of character, I'm looking for an amulet of proof against detection and location.
Indeed. would say everyone who is interested in trying to help look for it can roll a investigation check. Azura can roll with, or Ashala can roll with advantage. So apologies.
Well, I'm glad people are helping.
Oh gosh, guys.
Mm,
15.
Ashala and Lyra, the two of you assume that such an item is fairly desirable. Despite it being one of the more common items, it's definitely one of the more prominent items that is used around the fleet. Ashala notes that any pirate in particular worth their salt is going to have one, and as such, they've become something of a rare commodity. You expect that one of the best places to get one would be the Mercane. There's a chance that Iris might have it, but Iris likely is going to be keeping it close to the chest.
hmm. Admittedly, after having done my fair share of snooping around, I know that such an item would be, I want to say, a bit of a hot topic item. One that I know a lot of pirates, especially those of a higher notoriety, would probably be very eager to snatch such a trinket up. I don't think it's going to be as easy to find as we were probably initially thinking.
I see.
I can, at least for temporary need, obscure you from this, but only 8 hours a day. I don't think that's enough.
We could, instead of trying the Mercanes or the magic, or rather the market down here, we could try our wondrous beholder ladies shop. Although I would imagine, again, it being a particularly well sought after item, that I don't think she'd be willing to give it up easily.
Then would need to have something of good value, considering her
Yeah.
fascination.
Does have rather high standards.
And I must admit, I don't think I would like to walk into a shop with. She looks too prophecy on her hilt. As she proceeds to maybe cover up a little bit. I think she would start making demands if she knew what kind of items we acquired on our latest venture.
Very well. Something to look out for then, I suppose, for the time being.
I think we're safe for now. At least for the next few days.
It's more the coming and going from the fleet that I'm particularly troubled with.
Well, there is another way. If we can't simply just buy one, why not make one?
I wouldn't be opposed, but I don't believe. Do any of us know that spell? Any of us capable of wielding it?
Do you happen to know a artificer of some renown?
Evan?
That you do.
Oh. Hmm.
Ask Evan and Echo if they have any sort of way to obscure the ship from detection.
Hmm. Perhaps out of character, making it some kind of using some of that Mordenkind sanctum stuff.
Now you're thinking of portals.
Sanctum. Actually, unfamiliar with this one. Hmm.
Oh.
Isn't it like 6th or 7th level?
Is
It's
a
only fourth.
fourth level abjuration
Huh?
spell.
It's the one of those ones where it's like if you cast it in the same location every day for a year or something, it becomes permanent. And obviously, that's not going to be a viable thing.
I
But
also don't have that on my spell list.
yeah, it's it's one of those like very technical-minded ones where it's like, okay, let's give this to all of the real int casting dorks.
That might be a bit advanced for him. However, he should have the ability to craft some interesting items. Just reading through his crafting, should have that.
While I won't give us the item immediately, procuring the materials to make an item shouldn't be difficult, especially with our current funding.
Hmm. Perhaps then it would be better, rather than trying to add such an enchantment to an individual, it could perhaps be added to the ship as a whole. After all, being undetectable would be very advantageous, even beyond my family feuds.
So long as we're on the ship, I can see that working out, but you know as well as I that we don't simply just stay on the ship.
True.
Adventure takes us out somewhere at any given time. Sometimes we have to leave security, if you get what I mean.
Hmm.
But not to say that it's not an unwelcome addition to the ship, if one such thing can be made.
Hmm. It has been a while, I suppose, since we've checked in with the ship, right?
Well,
Perhaps they might know of something. No doubt at some absurd upcharge, granted, but
oh, absolutely.
Let's see what we're naturally capable of first, before we go
Agreed.
spending absorbent amounts of money.
Currently, with your funds, you currently have 54,754 gold pieces.
54,000?
Yes.
Still feels wild.
That is. God. This
And to-
really is such a power fantasy.
Mm-hmm. And to think it used to be, I think, nearly triple that, but we did use a sizable amount of that to fix our robotic friend.
Mm. Well invested.
It was well invested.
Well, I think let's head back to the ship.
Mm-hmm. Back to the ship, we can assess our options.
Hmm.
And then from there, decide on what we're doing. Because I do believe there's a few tasks we can do while we're still here.
Mm. Indeed.
Making your way back to the top side, you're able to easily pass your way through and return back to the shipyard where the Crystal Dragon is waiting for you. As you arrive at the vessel on the dock, you find that there are, in fact, several individuals of unusual races that none of you have necessarily seen before, sort of lined up outside the ship. You see Robert at the top, sort of just like talking to an individual as he sees you approaching, and just sort of shrugs like he has no idea what's going on.
Hmm.
You're normally the best at this, Valentine.
What on earth is going on here?
What indeed?
Well, we won't find out here, I suppose. I'll head aboard, as I too have charisma.
I will follow close behind, but following Zeus's lead.
As you all head on board, you see just sort of like a line of people that are bearing little items, little trinkets, and you see a group of, let me just check really quickly, of 4 individuals who are standing next to a casket in which Groba has been placed in by Eben. 2 of the individuals are very tall, very muscularly built individuals that appear to have almost like wolf dog-like faces. They seem to be twins of some kind. You see a similarly larger man, but still taller than the both of them, wearing a very, very large wizard's hat and a cloak that seems to cover almost every detail of his body, just making him a almost large blob of just like gray. Bits of white appear underneath the cloak for his simple armor underneath. And a interesting looking individual, almost dolphin-like in appearance, with a very, very large forehead, has several tears streaming down. They keep wiping and they sniffle using their whole mouth as they try to hold in little sobs. And it would seem that a funeral procession has begun with some of Groba's former companions.
Oh. Oh my.
We're still no closer to finding someone to help fix this.
You see Eben is standing amidst them, talking with some of them, a bit in the distance, but he sort of just like points generally in the direction of you all, and they all just sort of just like nod in your general direction.
We'll nod back, I suppose.
And it seems to be a fairly fast-moving event. Individuals will drop by, maybe say a few words, interact with the animal-like companions of Groba, and then head off, maybe leaving behind like a small object, maybe a few gold pieces, or some flowers, and then very quickly wander off.
It's almost uplifting and equally heart-wrenching that Grober had so many friends.
Truly.
How's Eben looking after all of this?
Eben is seemingly his normal expression. He seems to be a bit put together for now. Surprisingly, he
As
also
he's
seems to be a little
drawn
bit
on
more.
somber eyebrows.
He seems to be a little bit more well put together in that he's taken some time to sort of polish his armor a bit. Still working on some of the rust, as you can see, but it's mostly cleaned. He's
Valentine
beginning to look
will.
like the old one that you knew.
Oh, Valentine will approach him and just put a little hand on his arm and just. Did you put all this together, Eben?
No, I was actually unable to find any individuals capable of bringing Grubba back. However, I was fortunate enough to encounter Grubba's former companions. And he sort of backs up and gestures to all of them. The two dog-like men are Squish and Squash.
Oh my god.
And
Such
he
a cute
introduces them, telling a little bit about each of them. They're a pair of fighters who were seemingly an invincible duo. One is focused on defense and one is focused on offense. The very big man is named Finn. And he was a masterful caster who focused on offensive magics, but he's actually a really big softie. He's just a very, very large man. And the dolphin-like individual is a person who goes by the name of Uga. And they use their telekinetic powers and used to be the leader of the group. And they haven't been together for some time. After disbanding following the completion of their own adventure, they all went their separate ways. But they never expected that they'd be attending the funeral of one of their own so soon. They don't seem to harbor any ill will towards anyone in the party.
Well, thank you, each of you, for coming, and as one of the captains of the Crystal Dragons, I can only offer you my most sincere condolences for the loss of your friend and former partner, Grober. Our time with him was admittedly quite brief, but we'd all come to admire and care for him quite deeply. So I can only imagine what a loss it must be for old friends.
If it wasn't for him, I'd say we'd be a lot worse off, I would say. He was a very brave fellow.
Squish and Squash are going to each take one of Valentine's hands and shake.
Gives them a shake back simultaneously.
Uga is trying very hard to just keep composed and just thank you for taking him on another adventure. And before long, they end up being the only ones left, and they sort of bid their own farewell and head off, each individually. Uga lingers a bit longer than the others before ultimately leaving.
I think Lyra's just gonna kind of slither over to the to the coffin and just kind of sit herself down and just wrap her tail kind of as far around the whole thing as she possibly can. Just kind of just take a moment and just say, we're not giving up on you yet. But I just wanted to let you know that the comic books meant a lot. And I don't think I'm going to forget that anytime soon. I'm gonna go find some. Make sure that I carry it on your behalf.
You actually do notice that there are quite a few comic books, and as you begin to look at all the among the many trinkets that were left behind by different individuals, you actually find altogether the complete collection of his favorite comic book series.
Oh.
The adolescent, aberrant frog samurai.
Grung Gang.
Eben, after we're done here, would you mind if I book these at least for temporary measures?
Indeed, that would be acceptable.
Thank you.
Does the fleet have some manner of a library? If
Mhm.
not, well,
It does.
Well, then we simply must make sure that there is a wing for him. When
I-
he returns, I think he would be most pleased by that.
If we are unable to, I was thinking of at least donating them. So that way others can enjoy them.
Hmm.
Robert eventually casually makes his way over. So, yeah, Evan didn't really let me know what was going on. Just kind of told me to keep an eye on things and help guide people, but, yeah, wasn't really expecting a crowd today.
I think it
No.
was I think it was nice to have so many people attend.
Yeah. And he sort of just rubs the back of his head and just looks out towards. You still see a few people that are kind of not just lingering, but they're kind of just like hanging around the neighborhood. A veritable menagerie of friends.
Seems our Grober lived a very full life. Met lots of people.
He was quite the adventurer for sure. And you see Robert actually pull out a little piece of paper that's sort of like a letter that he had. Groba had actually given me this right before the Illithid showed up. Figured I would be someone who would know who to reach out to on the off chance something ever happened. And well, I got to pass it off to Eben. Yeah, I really wasn't expecting practically a whole guild to show up.
Just goes to show the kind of man that he is and the way he lived his life. That said, we aren't giving up. We'll find a means.
We will.
Valentine, you feel a rattling coming from the scimitar at your hilt.
This fucker again.
Yes, what is it?
It's just a very quick and minor one. Just a sort of, I'm still here. Steel's still on the table.
Yes, I understand. It pats the hilt of the sword. I think, the Khan, as ever, is reminding us of his deal, his capabilities, since our options are beginning to run thin.
Mm.
Hmm.
Well, I don't doubt that if we were to take it, that they would certainly hold up their end of the bargain. However, she then looks to Zuza. I can't say much on that. Besides, whatever seemingly happened that day seemed to have changed Zuza for seemingly the better, given what we've seen so far.
Mm.
I mean, a whole new lease on life, so to say.
Why?
At the end of the day, that's still, I'd say, Zuza's choice. Ultimately.
Permit me, and it is purely hypothesis, but couldn't I just give you another one if it worked the first time?
I'm not sure. I don't know what cosmic alignment of stars and suns and whatever else is out there influencing all this. I'm not sure what precisely allowed for all this to exist as it does.
May I try something?
Certainly.
She's just gonna manifest a bit of radiant energy in her, well, inside of where her forearms, and just going to try and slowly press it against Susa.
Roll me an Arcana check at disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Okay.
Interesting.
Disadvantage. That's a 15.
Ooh, not bad.
You feel almost like the force of a magnet as you start to even approach Zuza. Almost as if the force of her is just repelling you from even making physical contact. You don't really notice it until you get practically within touching distance, but it's still just enough that you can't bring yourself to close the gap.
Okay.
That's honestly quite the opposite reaction than what I was expecting.
Hmm.
Zuza, you in particular feel just very like when you've had that feeling of eating enough where you feel full and you're satisfied and you feel like if you eat any more it's going to be too much and you're at that perfect balance right now. You feel that, and as Lyra actually approaches with this bit of energy, you start to feel a bit of unease.
Hmm. That it, it's not quite full discomfort, but there is something that feels off about this.
Fair enough. I'll just dispel it off of her hands. It was worth an attempt, I suppose.
Oh, certainly.
You can see there's a little bit of frustration in her movement as she backs away. I'm going to take a step into my cabin. As if something I need to do.
All right.
Of course.
If you need anything, just let us know, okay?
Right, of course. Of
Okay.
course. Just exit the scene.
Okay. What will you be doing?
Me?
Yes.
Very
Or just
simply, I'm gonna try and send the sending spell to their mother.
okay. Uh, go ahead and compose a message of 25 words.
I have.
You have, okay.
It's 23, but close
Is it
enough.
23?
No, that's how many this message is. I counted.
Oh, okay, excellent.
You can always
It
just
is
add like a little extra hugs, kisses.
XO. But quite simply, she's just going to do her best to manifest this, because this is the first time she's ever used this power. It's going to say, Mama, we wanted to know how home is holding up. Are you able to let us know of any new developments?
You put your hands together almost as if in prayer, and whisper these words into your hand before a little sphere appears and floats away very, very slowly, and then just disappears. Go ahead and roll me a d20.
It's a D20? Okay.
Or actually, no, a d100, sorry.
D100?
Yes.
Okay. That's a 12.
You don't feel anything
That's
particular about
good.
the message. You just know that the way that the sending spell works is that it sends the message out, and between planes, there is a chance that the message actually doesn't send, which is part of the issue with spell communication. The way that the Adventurers Guild messaging service tends to handle such things is that they will actually send the message several times, and as long as the message is received one of those attempts, they will continue to pass on the message. There is a chance that it happens multiple times where the message just doesn't get passed on. But it's a very, very rare occurrence in the system that they have. For you to cast it individually, however, is a bit more chance of it not reaching its target, but you wouldn't know. Until very, very quickly, you receive a message back. Very much so in haste, you hear your mother's voice very, very quickly. No home, no home, no home, no home, no home, repeating.
Oh no.
Okay.
Loud and clear, Mom.
Got it. Yes, ma'am.
Concern.
I imagine that genuinely shakes her. Like, she was expecting to get some kind of sentence-based response in some way, shape, or form, but just to essentially get that, like, okay. She'll
Valentine.
probably just go ahead.
Yeah.
You feel a buzz in your pocket.
She's going to excuse herself to her room and, as ever, make sure that Echo is conveniently turned off in her room for the moment. And, yeah, pull out that communication device.
You see a message that reads the text. They're listening. Let me handle communication.
Noted.
You have no idea what this is about.
Noted. Noted.
I imagine you Lyra
get-
probably will
I have
quickly.
to assume,
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Lily.
I was saying you can probably assume that Lyra sent the message.
Yo, so she's gonna be like, alrighty, okay. She's not going to approach Lyra right away about this, but she is gonna make a note to tell Lyra no more messages.
Okay. Lyra's probably just kind of like curled up in the room, just kind of like thinking, but like very nervously. Probably after a solid 5 or 10 minutes, would probably go to find Valentine. Just knock on her door. It's me.
Quickly stuffs the communicator back in her pocket, opens the door.
She looks really distraught.
Lyra? What's the matter?
I tried to contact Mama, and I got a response. And it was simply the phrase, "No home," on repeat, 12 times.
Oh, concerning. Deeply concerning. Though that at least confirms our suspicions that the letter was indeed falsified. A means to perhaps draw us out. For the time being, Lyra, however it was that you sent that message, we should probably err on the side of caution. Perhaps not send anything further for now.
Right. Right.
I'm sure she's fine.
If she wasn't, then there wouldn't have been a response.
Correct. Mama is a formidable woman.
She's just kind of looking to her right, just little eyes wide, and just nods her head.
Lyra.
Hmm?
Do you regret leaving?
That thought is certainly dancing in my head right now.
I'm sorry to have dragged you into all this.
No, you didn't drag me into anything.
Oh, but Lyra, I did, didn't I?
You just pushed me out the door to go after what I want. There's nothing wrong with that.
It wasn't entirely for selfless reasons. I'm sure you know that as well. I wanted to leave. And I didn't want to go alone.
But you wanted to make your own legend.
Of course. Can't very well do that on a piece of rock bordering the Federation.
Oh,
But suppose I didn't have to get you into all this mess.
I'm glad I'm here with you. For what it's worth, the fear that I have is just simply that we weren't there to protect.
I'm a little anxious about what Papa's absence has started.
We definitely shouldn't try to send a message to him.
No, goodness no.
Right.
Those would certainly be monitored. But I think it's safe to assume that Mama is also being carefully watched. And us two being criminals certainly doesn't help either of their cases right now.
We should try and find out more. And I don't know how, but you tend to have a good way into information.
Yes, I shall do my utmost.
Hmm.
You know that I would do whatever I can. So,
Right. Going to go back now.
As the day begins to wind down, does anyone else have anything they'd like to do?
Nothing I can think of right now.
I feel like Ashala would feel a little too angsty to be standing around doing nothing. So I feel like to at least do something. I think she'd go back out to at least try and maybe see where she could get the materials for the is it the amulet of proof from detect location?
The specific item
yes.
is
Amulet of proof against detection and location.
correct.
Yeah. Yeah. At the very least, to try and locate materials to make the item, or if not that, maybe look into what we were talking about maybe having that, but on a bigger scale for the ship.
Sort of cloaking device.
I'm just trying to really, really quickly find the specific details on crafting magic items.
They really don't want you to be able to have an easy answer for that.
They really
That's
don't. It is a
it's
lot of text.
Yeah, like the actual means to craft the item itself, the best that they've done is through Xanathar's guide, where they give you a gold cost for these things.
Yes.
As to actually making these, so with Xanathar's they give you like, hey, for this rarity of item, you need to spend this amount of gold and these amount of weeks to make, is kind of the general gist of it. If you want to fluff it a bit differently, that is down to you. But that's at least how Xanathars handles it.
Okay, so because you're going about this route, I believe that there is there's set costs for magic items, which is given by the DMG, which is just not a good way of handling things.
No.
It's very, very like set price where an item could cost like nothing, and it's a very, very useful item that would be very, very desirable. Versus there could be a completely useless, like high rarity magic item that costs like the amount of money that it would take to build a castle, and it's worthless essentially. It's an incredibly silly item. So the cost that I saw on this adjusted sheet is 20,000. However, I agree with the rules of the cost of making being the cost of what the like DMG would say. I think it's somewhere around like 500 gold to actually put it together if it's an uncommon item. I'd be willing to go for that.
I think it's like, in my eyes, it's very setting specific.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Just because, as you say, this is something that's very sought after. And if it's very sought after, there's a clear demand for it. So I feel like the price would be inflated, if not like a decent chunk. It also, I'd probably say, like, if it's like in this setting slightly more difficult to get a hold of because of its desirability, that's another factor to take in as well.
So
Also, I
my
don't know if you want to use the newer or older rules, because they did add an important caveat in the newer ones.
I'm unfamiliar with the new rules as well.
So basically, the only difference is that they added the caveat of you are undetectable unless you decide otherwise.
Versus you are just undetectable, I imagine.
Yeah. I think the idea was to get rid of the issue people had of like, oh, well, I've done this and now no one can contact me with sending.
I think... Yeah, I could see that.
I think the way that they're trying to fluff it this time around, rather than it being effectively a, I've turned off the answering machine. It's I have the answering machine on, but I can choose whether I want to allow it to go through, kind of deal.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'd say probably if I was going to make it cost gold, I'd probably say like the parts to make it cost 500. The actual process of crafting it will cost in total 5,000, with including the 500.
Which makes sense, I think. I think it makes sense for an item that of that demand.
Use.
Yeah, to be able to counter scrying is pretty solid. And you guys definitely have the funds to do it. You guys can absolutely fund it, even regardless of whether I want to make it easy or difficult. And I think just like a fair price for comparison to a level 5 spell is like about 5,000 gold. Yeah, it's only one person specifically. So yeah, well we'll say that you're very involved in making out the search. You're heading out and talking to Mercane contacts that you've made deals with. You are out scouring the markets. You are talking with Eben and bringing him along to different places. Well, everyone else is probably catching up on some rest after a very busy work day. You in particular are making it a very long night, and ensuring that you get the parts. Glad that you can actually take on something today. And ultimately, it does take some time to fish for everything, but given your wide range of contacts, you know who to talk to. You know when you're getting a bad deal, given your familiarity with the area. Go ahead and roll me a charisma check with advantage.
Me?
Charisma with advantage.
Who's that to?
For Ashala.
Okay.
Considering there's no
13.
modifiers on that, that's pretty good.
You're able to kind of weave your way through the markets, and you don't particularly get hit with any bad deals. There seems to not be as much of a the primary issue with this item is that there's not enough crafters for the amount of people who want it. So getting the materials to make it is easy. So fortunately, you're able to gather everything, and it's able to be put together. Excuse me. Able to be put together very, very quickly. And probably by the next morning, you should be able to receive the brand new amulet of non-detection.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Now, the only caveat is that this only really works with Zuza.
Correct. Yes.
So, while this might work for her if she was to saunter on her own, I'm sure if scrying was made on any one of us other crew members, I'm sure there would be another means for them to scry and locate us if we didn't all at least get one of these as well, which is another present issue.
Potentially.
Yeah. At the very least, we have the item for proof of concept, and we at least know, like, roughly of if we do need to make more of these. So I will, along with, I suppose, I'm assuming Eben's been with me the entire time. We'll probably head back to the ship at some point to present it.
Yes, you head back to the ship, and it's really, really late in the evening, and everyone has sort of turned in. And Eben just sort of assures you that he will be able to handle it from this point on. At least the crafting part. And he sort of like gestures for you to like head off to bed, and he'll keep an eye on things and make sure that it works out.
Appreciate it, Eben. I'll do just that.
The morning arrives. And Susie, you find as you open the door that there's a slight clink. As you notice on the door handle, there is a small magical amulet with glowing blue runes in the same manner that Eben has emblazoned upon him.
Oh. This is certainly new. I shall have to thank Eben and Ashala for this.
It doesn't take long for everyone to all wake up and meet on the top deck.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You have a late night over there, Donna?
Why?
Well, I really must thank you too for this. This is, granted, not a completely clean sweep for all of us, but certainly quite a load off of my mind.
I do want to at least make you aware of the flaw in having only one of us have this. Wallace would still be fine if they were to try and scry specifically for you. They could also just as easily scry for us as well.
Hmm.
And while we might not always necessarily be together, I wouldn't imagine we would be too far away from one another either.
No, that's quite true. Hmm.
But it's proof of concept, and we do at least know we can get the supplies if we want to make more. It's just going to be a little bit costly.
Well, I'll certainly do everything in my power to make sure that any such projects are fundable.
Hmm.
If I may, I think we could all use a bit of a day of rest today. Or at least less business.
Are we sure?
Hmm.
Well, we've hardly had a moment to breathe since we've arrived back.
You're not wrong.
I can't really think of too much that I need to do at the moment. At most, what? Pleasure shopping, perhaps. Working on. Well, actually, now there's an idea. I turn back to. Oh god, why can I not remember names? Good god. Oh no. I'll remember eventually.
Is it one of
Which-
us?
Lyra.
Yes.
There we go. God, I don't know why I lost that. But yes, I turn back to Lyra. I recall you mentioning you needed something made yourself. Didn't you?
Yes. That was for she's stumbling over her words. Well, for the eventual whenever, and she looks over at Shala, whenever we did go on a date as promised.
Oh yeah, we did. We did talk about that when we did arrive back. Admittingly, I wasn't too sure if we were going to, considering how things are stacking up again.
I mean, if you
Certainly willing to oblige you in making that, if nothing else.
either way, she just kind of like looks a little like flustered to be the center of this. Just, if you have time, it's always appreciated. But and whenever you're feeling up to it, I suppose, Ashala, I just think that we both could use some quiet time, or at least some relaxation.
I certainly wouldn't mind that more than anyone, especially with you, dear. I feel as long as, if it's just for today, then I'd say we could. I just want to stress the importance to everyone here that there were a few things we can do while we're still here. which again doesn't have to be sorted today, but to be fair, I think we've been also putting off a few things until recently. So if we are to have a rest day today, I'd say let's make the most of it before we have to get back into the swing of things.
Well, if it's a rest day we'll have, then there's little I find more restful than being able to set myself to something, so I will fetch my tape and require a certain degree of measurements. Matters of taste wouldn't hurt to know either.
Well, you're quite limited, considering my form. But
Nonsense.
Dresses.
There's nothing a good top can't fix.
you're not
Looks
wrong.
at Shala.
You're not wrong.
Listen, listen, you're simply curvaceous, sweetie. There's nothing wrong with it.
Generally, it's dresses. Dresses are the most common, and so that's what I'm used to. But I haven't really. I mean, not like I can wear anything on the bottom. So, whatever.
Well, that's certainly not true.
I suppose.
Lyra in the longest sweater you've ever seen.
You're certainly welcome to take my measurements.
All right.
Hmm.
I imagine you would want to do something like that in a touch more of a private setting.
But naturally.
All right, yeah. Would you be looking for something as well, Ashala?
She takes a moment to pause and kind of looks down at her glamored stud leather and kind of frowns. I mean, it would be nice. Although, I feel like maybe using the studded leather would also just be cheating. Although more practical in case something were to happen that we weren't expecting. Then I'm just getting in my head about something going wrong, so maybe I shouldn't.
You just have to get gussied up yourself.
Valentine, roll a d20.
Oh, okay. 10.
Yep, it's a 10.
That sure is.
Wait, what do you mean?
What?
What's that mean?
Have you never dressed
What
up?
an odd request, DM.
Have you never dressed up in your time here on the fleet, Ashala?
I've never had the reason to really dress up, per se, considering my life has basically been scouring the stars and pillaging, as well as going on derelict ships full of aliens that want to eat my flesh. So I mean,
When you put it that way, it does make quite a bit of sense. I suppose we just...
Ashala, roll a history check.
I'll
getting
do the
dressed up is
history.
nice.
I'm terrible at history.
For a moment, you thought you remembered, you were trying to ponder whether or not you had any clothes that were beyond the use of functional. And you really just kind of can't remember any at all.
Well,
I mean,
here's what I'll say. If this is not familiar to you, then I believe you have two extremely talented and fashionable people here to help guide you along the way. If you find something to your liking based off of their advice, then by all means. I also understand that comfort and convenience does matter quite a bit.
true. And Shala's face starts like crumple up as she's thinking really hard right now of what she actually wants to do, because on one hand, having the climate studded lever just simply be whatever she wants is highly practical. But on the other hand, this is a date, and she doesn't want to expect anything to go wrong. You can see the her orange skin kind of redden up as she's really thinking about this a bit too hard.
Well, why don't myself and Zeus excuse ourselves and don't have to think too hard, I promise.
She lets up. I'll sort something out, I'm sure.
Okay. How's Valentine looking?
Amused.
Like a 10.
Like a 10?
No, I
Also
am
true.
I am so befuddled by that roll answer.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's a 10.
It's a 10.
What could that mean?
Really, it means 10 out of 10, you know. She's feeling great today.
I hope so.
Yes, you can do measurements and stuff.
Yeah, I have to get the core 3 measurements, and then I think I still have to do the due diligence to measure the leg. So it's just a lot of going all the way to the end of my tape, holding my thumb down where the tape ends, moving along, doing it again.
Get an actual accurate measurement about how long Lyra actually is.
I'm very curious.
Don't worry, she's just about like 13 feet long.
Now, I know you said that you've no luck with bottoms in the past, but I've heard of these things from certain parts of at least the material plane. It's something called a sarong. Something along the lines of a skirt, but you're able to have an end of it open. So I wonder if we could not perhaps have something like that work.
I mean, as long as I can still move, I suppose I'm up for anything, really.
Wonderful. I suppose I will need to go about picking up some fabric for all this, but I don't see why that should be too much of an issue as long as I'm kept in company.
Right, of course. And you also
Okay.
need to get Shada's measurements if that's what she wishes to do.
Well, of course, I would simply love, if possible, to have the two of you to consult on one another's clothing potentials.
This isn't like a wedding or anything, it's just a first date.
Certainly.
Valentine coughs a little, just like absolutely off guard by that.
But it does make it a touch more fun, I think. Doesn't it?
I have no idea. I've been on many first dates in my past, and all of them have gone awfully.
Hmm.
So, I don't know what to expect.
Well, we shall have to try and endeavor for a good impression then.
Right.
So I'm curious about something, DM, because technically speaking, glamour weave only refers to a finished garment. But I am wondering, is it possible to find literally just the woven fabric part? Or is it always can I find just the material itself to work with?
Let's see, so there's common and uncommon glamour weave. So I'd imagine the common part is probably more the material, and the uncommon part is the actual like crafted finished piece.
Common would
At least
be
that's the
fine
way
then.
that I'd flavor it.
I was just thinking of using it to create something of fabric that allows Lyra to continue the projected stars and constellations along. Create sort of like a bit of a nebula illusion to it.
I'd say you can probably craft something out of glamour weave, or potentially look into places that would sell such a thing. Probably cost. Just double check something really quick. Probably. I'd say $750 per person per outfit.
Don't have to spend that much on the outfit.
Well, still, it would be good to have something simply nice for you.
Besides the point. 1,500 gold is quite a lot of money.
Valentine is keeping her mouth shut right now.
I suppose that's true.
Listen. Talk to Asala. I just want this to be something nice.
Of course, I can certainly work with that. Do you have any fabric preferences?
Silk, perhaps? It's not exactly the most, cost-effective material, but it is nice.
Well, it's relatively cheap by the standards of craft. I think that's more than doable. I double-checked, and fortunately, since silk is a trade good, we have a specific price. It's 10 GP for 1 pound of silk.
I would say more on just to make an outfit out of glamour weave, specifically, as it's creating a magical item that grants a benefit to performance/persuasion checks. I'd say just in general, I'd say it's probably a little bit closer to like 1,000 total, so like 500 each.
Oh.
In the process of making 2 uncommon items. You will probably need some help with actually putting it together, so you might need to bring Eben along as well.
Okay, that's more than fine. I'm so looking forwards to when we eventually hit level 10 and Eben gets that ability of crafting common and uncommon magic items with a quarter the time and half the money.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I imagine the four of you are going to be out doing that today. Valentine, what will you be doing?
There's a
Unless you'd
couple
be joining the
things.
others.
Yeah, there's a couple things, and we could spread this out as much as we need to, so I don't take up too much at once. She does want to follow up with her promise to Lyra that she would look into where their letter came from. So she's gonna try to seek out I guess the post office equivalent for the fleet where all the sending messages come in, and do some inquiries there. I think she's also going to stop by once again that big library at the Black Meteor Guild, to do a wee bit of research in her spare time.
Okay. We'll start with the post office. You head up to the Adventurers Guild in the dead center of the fleet. And within there you find the postmaster's office, where they have a sort of set of stables that are just full of wyverns and the wyvern riders who are kind of just waiting for messages to be received, and maybe they're tending to their individual beasts. But as you head towards the counter, you see a very almost snooty looking woman attending the counter. And as you approach her, she seems to just sort of like push her glasses up at you and just sort of just like look you up and down, just like, yes, how may I help you? In a very casual way.
Hello, I'm Captain Von der Heist of the Crystal Dragons. I recently received a letter via your services, and I wanted to make an inquest as to who exactly the sender was of this letter.
Von der Heist. With a V, not a W, as she starts flipping through a bunch of a
Correct.
very massive book. Let's see. Yesterday, Von der Heist V. Interesting request. Actually, we received it as a pair of two messages. The first was bearing instructions for delivery. The second was bearing the message. The instructions specifically were intended for the office of use. I suppose as you are the recipient, you are entitled to see them.
If you wouldn't mind, I would like to see them.
And she spins the book around to you, and the instructions are very simply: message to Crystal Dragons, look for GIF.
Very curious instructions indeed, considering that the recipient of this message is in fact not Gif. Was there a name attached to the sender?
Unfortunately, we don't necessarily keep track of such things, though. Ordinarily, it would be attached within the message. I imagine if you have someone facilitating the conversation for you, they might be the one who directed it to be delivered to your companions.
I see. If I might make a suggestion, perhaps it would be time to start requesting such particulars for security purposes, if anything.
Unfortunately, there's more risk in that. I understand where you're coming from, miss. However, the way that we handle such things is more of a limitation within the spell itself. Were there a more expensive method of communication, imagine it might even bypass us directly, but the individual method of our messaging is designed to deliver the message as intended, with no concern towards the actual certainty that the message is being received by responding.
I see. If possible, I would like to make a note within my records, I suppose, from this sender, that should they attempt to reach out to the Crystal Dragons, I will handle the correspondence personally.
Understood. I will ensure that it is delivered to you directly.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your assistance.
She pushes up her glasses a bit and gives you a bit of a smile, and just sort of just like waves goodbye.
All right. With that, I think she'll head on over to the Black Meteor Guild.
You head over towards the Black Meteor Guild. Are you looking for the library specifically?
Yes, specifically.
You make your way into the library and notice the old bugbear.
My favorite man.
The tiniest glasses.
Oh, a visitor. I wasn't expecting someone. Yes, how may I help you?
Yes, hello again. Do you remember me, sir?
I can't say that I necessarily remember. My memory isn't quite what it was. Room for books and all that.
No,
I
that's
do
quite
remember
all
your
right.
face, though. I remember your sister at the very most. I believe she was your sister.
Yes, she's quite memorable. You would definitely recognize her if you saw her.
Yes.
No, it's just you've been so helpful in the past. I hope I might trouble you again for your extensive recollections of certain stories and histories.
Wow, no trouble at all. Please, sir, what are you looking for in particular?
Well, I was looking particularly for stories about, well, I was curious if there's been any sort of history about, well, not to put too fine a point on it, I was curious about daring historic escapades of escape and adventure, if there's ever been any recorded instances of a heroic fleet member breaking free of a prison of some sort.
Certainly an interesting choice. Definitely one that's occasionally in demand. Yes, I shall have to see about such a thing. Let me see. You're looking for non-fiction, correct? Something more realistic, I imagine.
Yes, preferably.
Yes. In that case, come follow me. I believe I may have a few options for you.
And he sort of leads you to not the forbidden magic section, but more just like a side section that's full of old, dusty historical books and occasionally like some guides on how to do certain things. And there's a couple of books that he pulls out of various thieves talking about getting out of various prisons. And you find one book in particular that catches your eye for more than one reason. It is the oldest of the books, and the old bugbear actually handles it with his mage hand while he's sort of delivering it in front of you.
This one in particular. Well, it's a bit of an interesting one, as it's more of a step-by-step guide. Uncertain as to why such a thing was written the way it was, and it seems oddly peculiar in that regard, almost as if it was intended for a certain recipient who would be looking for it in particular.
Oh, that is awfully convenient. Also don't mean to risk any rudeness, but it seems to be quite the ancient text. I imagine this is a guide from prisons a very long time ago.
Indeed, it is something of an older tutorial, but in particular, based on your description, this I felt was the most compatible with you.
Well, thank you. I shall peruse it with the utmost care and caution. Unfortunately, I do not have your own capabilities. Motioning towards his mage hand. Is this something permissible to...
Please, don't worry about that. And he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a blue glove with a little gem emblazoned upon the opposite part of the palm. All you need to do is utilize this, and it should be sufficient enough.
Thank you.
She'll take the glove and kind of awkwardly hit that gemstone. I assume this is something that will give her the ability to mage hand herself.
Yes, exactly. It's very, very odd for you to use magic in particular, given you've never experienced it before, but it's almost exhilarating. And you're enjoying the moment of just kind of getting used to it. And you reach out to the book and you close it from where the random page that it was open to, and immediately the title strikes you as How to Escape a Federation Prison.
How convenient.
Written by none other than one Quill Frost.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This man. Valentine is just going to smile at that, just... Oh.
You know what? On second thought, sir, I think this book, as a matter of fact, is precisely what I need. Thank you.
Ah, well, I'm glad to be of service. I thought it might have been particularly of use. See, it arrived into our care a very, very long time ago. Several generations before me, actually. I was told that eventually it would be of use to someone looking for such a specific situation. I thought it was a bit oddly worded, and perhaps it's finally found the person that is meant to be looking for it.
Well, we'll certainly find out, won't we? Is there a quiet place that I might read this?
Yes, there are several sections. I believe one of the rooms in the back should suffice if you discontent to read it here. I don't imagine many other individuals would be going by the library in quietness as it is.
Yes, thank you.
Will that be all?
Yes, should I return this back to you when I'm finished?
You may leave it where it is, and I will put it back as necessary.
Thank you.
And she'll go off and find as private of a room or alcove as possible before cracking open this book.
Going into the book, the first step that is written specifically states, Valentine, remember to tell me to write this for you.
God.
And it proceeds to list a extremely specific set of details on the individual security systems, the timings of the guards, and various means of bypassing different objects, how to find certain disguises, what rooms are safe, and on the off chance that things go wrong, there are contingencies.
Oh my god.
It is a very in-depth book.
What a fun way to flirt.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I didn't get to flirt with him before he went back to the future past, so, you know. As she's reading this, her eyes are just widening, and she is just trying to cram all of this information into her brain and just memorize every single detail, just out of fear that once she puts this book back, she's never going to find it again. And just jotting down notes, but in like her own like kind of shorthand. So really only she and potentially Lyra will be able to like decipher it. And just tuck those notes away and as much of it as possible.
As you read the final step on how to fully escape and what to do to remove any evidence of having even been there in the first place, the book begins to sizzle and turn to ash.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I'm so glad I wrote notes.
He even made a self-destruct thing.
He did.
Come on.
This message
is
will
gonna be
self-destruct after 5 minutes of opening this book.
This is gonna be terrible to explain to that poor bug.
I was just about to say that. Like, oh no. The book turned to dust.
I didn't do it.
I swear I didn't do it. Yeah, I think after that, just surprised, but also not surprised that Quill would go through such lengths to cover his tracks. I think she will very sheepishly head back to the front desk, after, you know, tucking away her notes, her own notes, and go back to the poor bugbear and just, I don't mean to alarm you, but something seems to have happened, to the book. I don't, perhaps it's just so old, it just disintegrated.
Disintegrated, you say?
Yes, it's quite literally a pile of ash on my desk.
And he scratches his head with both of his hands.
Did it do anything peculiar before it turned to ash?
No, I was just reading it and I reached the end and poof. I wanted to tell you instead of just slinking away like it didn't happen.
Interesting, and you handled it with the mage hand. That shouldn't have happened at all. Peculiar.
Is that a frequent occurrence, books disintegrating?
Occasionally, great mages will leave manuscripts and write them in different ways, and once they are completed, they will put in different phrases at the end that will ignite the text or the tome and cause it to prevent it from getting into the wrong hands. Very frequently used in war texts, so it's recommended, at least as a war historian, to prevent reading from the final word. You read at least to the final 5. You mark up that one section. You dash it out and read up to that point. And once you exceed that, whatever is past that point is forbidden knowledge.
See. Well, I'm afraid that I must have read to the end of this book.
If it was unmarked, then may the knowledge serve you well.
And he just gives a little nod.
You're not upset?
No, such things happen all the time. And the children, the beloved children, they love to read the books, and I'm more happy that they've read through the books in their entirety than pretending to read the books. It's good to be willing to read, and the children, especially in the school, they look for other options with all the newfangled technology that the fleet has brought upon us. They swipe at the books and it doesn't change, and it's just so maddening. But
You
to-
certainly seem to have your hands full here, sir.
oh yes, I have different little things helping me out, unseen servants and the sort. They've likely already swept up the book. Please don't worry about it at all.
Oh, well, that's a relief. You're a very, very kind and understanding man, sir.
Patience is incredibly important in this line of work, and it's safe to say I've had many, many years of being able to practice my own patience. Please, don't fret. Was there anything else we could assist you with in your searches today?
Oh, not at this moment. I found the book very enlightening, though. Just what I needed for my research.
Excellent.
So,
All right.
thank you again.
Now, have a good day. I believe I didn't catch your name.
Valentine. Valentine Vonderheist.
Miss Vonderheist, yes. I recall now, yes. Thank you, Mr. Vonderheist, for your visit.
Of course. Take care.
She'll gather up her pages, her notes, and head back.
Off to the others. You've made your way through several of the upper side districts. The first stop being to obtain some of the glamour weave. The best place you imagine would either be, if not the markets directly, to head to actually the Regal district, where just carefully passing through the back end of the section where the Solar Winds Guild happens to reside, you actually do hear about a bit of a sale occurring where you're able to get the materials at about the cost of 500 each, and able to compose it for specifically Lyra's longer shot size.
Seems wonderful.
Lyra and Zuza, make me deception checks.
Uh-oh.
As
Oh no.
one of the merchants kind of just like gives you a bit of a like a squinted look as they're kind of just like coming back and just like giving like a, I know you from somewhere.
This wasn't the district with our heist, was it?
But it is.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Perception check, you
Okay.
said?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I actually rolled
That's a
pretty well
9.
considering. Not 14.
Even with the +6, that is a 9.
Do I know you from somewhere? You seem really familiar.
As
Right.
she just seems to be very interested in Zuza.
I can't say that well, actually, hold on. Can I make a knowledge intelligence check to see if I do remember her from anywhere?
Yes, go ahead and make a history check.
Okay. Come on. Oh, dirty 20.
You recognize this individual as one of the masked individuals who was going on extremely extravagant gambling during the auction.
Oh, okay. So, not someone we've directly wronged. Okay. As far as I know, anyway.
Technically. No, I swear I've seen you somewhere before.
I can't say I've seen your face before, which isn't a lie because they were masked.
Perhaps it was just nothing after all.
Have one of those faces.
Well, I'd delight to make a first impression on you then.
Wait, what were your names again?
Oh, on the
Luz and
heist.
Zyra.
Oh, this is Miss Wanderhest. and I am Miss Savannah.
Roll me a deception check with
Oh.
disadvantage.
Yeah, that's fair. That's an 18.
Am I rolling too, or just Sousa?
I actually didn't hear what you said, so I'm gonna pretend I didn't.
Okay.
That's an 18.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Wanda Heist and Savannah. Should you ever need some supplies, please, be certain to come by my establishment. The others here, they pad some of their things, so please, the stitching on mine is much better for silk at the very least, so please, don't hesitate if you're looking for specific material.
Oh, of course, that sounds simply lovely. I would love to see what you have available.
You've already concluded business with them.
Oh, okay. Alright, then we're fine. Good.
Okay,
All right,
let's
then.
get out of here.
Yes.
Until next time. And the tabaxi woman just waves you off a bit.
Okay.
Ashala, you're likely very confused.
Well, that could have gone worse.
I don't know who that was. Who was that?
That was, if my memory serves, making sure that we're out of earshot first, just in case.
You're
That
able to
was-
leave somewhat quickly. You have this conversation in the Regal district proper.
Excellent, excellent. That was one of the auction attendees from our first little jaunt into this wonderful world of criminal enterprise.
Of course. For someone that likely we wronged. Of course.
Most likely.
Well, they were the ones that were trying to bet on well, nothing's legal, but mostly illegal things.
I'm starting to think that you wronged more people on the fleet than you have out in the astral sea at this point.
Honestly, you're
No.
probably correct.
Oh, yes, maybe.
We don't have to lie about this. We've had a few missions here on the fleet, and all of them have gone well enough. But
Suppose it's just a matter of reflex at this point, keeping up appearances.
I mean, I'm sure that there's some people that you would rather not make eye contact with.
Well, not every deal goes to plan.
That said, for the price, though, this is very quality silk. I might have to risk some other things in the future to see if we can't get some more of this supply at least first.
Lyra, as you're pondering the heist of days past, make me a history check as you're suddenly recalling a detail that you may have slipped by.
19.
19. Very briefly, you pass through one of the rooms when searching for sparkles in particular. And you recall that Zuza had actually very quickly solved one of the puzzles that led to the back room, where there was a bunch of stolen statues of various civilizations that had not yet achieved spaceflight. But one in particular was listed as a gallery item. It was listed as statues of forgotten kings. And there was one of an astral elf, and one in particular of a masked man in robes. And there was a snake that was on his wrist and his hand, sort of just curled around. And the face of the snake was actually more humanoid than anything, but it wasn't Lamia-like in particular, which is why you didn't necessarily think too much of it. Now that you're thinking about it in retrospect, it was a bit peculiar.
Out of character, you're implying that this is a false Hydra head.
No.
No? Damn.
No.
Our lead!
The false Hydra head, guys know where that is. That is down
That's
in the
true.
mines, yes.
We don't know what it is, but we know where it is. I guess we're just gonna have to try and kill everything on sight down there.
Interesting.
Yes, you acquire all of your silks and your materials quite easily and handily. Are there any other shopping escapades you intend to do?
Other than getting the materials, I can't really think of too much.
Okay, you all make your way back to the ship and successfully regroup. With the help of Eben, who attunes his magic tools to specifically handling Weaver's tools. Together, you are able to actually craft some fairly nice outfits for the two of you to have. It is getting a bit late in the day, though. If there was a time to go out, it would be dress up and go for a late dinner.
Suppose that will be that is next.
Yeah, that it would be.
Then I must ask if you have anything. What would Ashala's garment look like?
I suppose that's
Question.
up to Ashala in particular.
What do you mean? I was the one who made it.
But you give your input potentially.
I imagine you looked at various dresses and high class outfits.
I think like she probably like truthfully has no clue what she would actually look good in. Just that she's like maybe as a kid seen like picture books or maybe had thought about dresses she thought she'd look pretty at one stage or another, but in her adulthood as that sort of lifestyle kind of faded out, I don't know, like I don't think she really know what she'd look good in all honesty.
Are we looking at like I'm trying to remember Shala's body type. Is it? Would you say she's something like a Keira Knightley kind of figure?
She's stacked at the front at least.
Okay.
And I guess a little bit athletic, I think. Let me check.
I was going to suggest a doublet, but thinking back, that might not be it might be a bit more difficult to design a more mask seeming outfit, perhaps.
Yeah, like she's like she's a little toned, you know. She's very you've seen her pull off some pretty athletic feats in the past, and as well as been able to dodge out of and acrobatic out of like situations before. So you know she's got a pretty alive body, but also pretty but like not like especially so. Just appropriately so for a humanoid.
All right.
I'm thinking
She-
with
you
Eben's
just-
various inputs, perhaps.
Does she have particularly angular features? Strong
Two of them on her front.
shoulders?
I'm anticipating a dress with various cuts.
Yeah, cut dress would be kind of nice. I would have thought.
Definitely leg.
Yeah,
A lot
I
of
think
leg.
there's got to be like a lot of verticality, a lot of sort of loosely draping material. Nothing tight, nothing constricting.
I would imagine somewhat form-fitting.
Considering that this is what I had to work with in the past, you know, she's thick in all the right places.
Let me see if I can pull up one thing. Tummy
thinking
window.
something-
Chat requests the tummy window.
Tummy window, tummy window.
I'm definitely thinking something with a jacket. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards glamored to resemble something along the lines of dragon hide.
Does make sense.
I feel like something a little animal printy kind of suits like a sort of a bold pattern.
Perhaps a bit dark and reddish.
I could see that.
The other side of the coin, I imagine.
Yes.
Based off of what Zuza mentioned, Lyra's essentially going to be wearing like the top that goes decently long down her body, but you said that the glamour would sort of be in a way that sort of naturally meshes into the stars of her hands. And so just like we'll say it's just like a very fine, nice white gown, but with golden accented stars going all the way down to like her waist area. And probably at that point, we'll say that there is kind of like a multicolored, as you said, sarong, that allows it to still like kind of show very much, well, it's snake at that point, but just like the tummy of like the snake scales that she would use to slither along, but like kind of just surrounding and sort of more accentuating the divide between her fur and the scales themselves, but just very much a full kind of rainbow of colors to sort of add a bit of flair to the rather plain but still beautiful white and gold top side.
Mm-hmm.
I like to imagine that Eben would also add like the sort of sleeves that extend all the way to the hand that end in like a ring that goes around like the fingers, finely crafted so that they wouldn't phase through, and that it sort of blends in, so there's like a seamless like transition between the actual clothing and the magic of your hands.
Gosh. If not a jacket, I could almost see like a cape sleeve for a shawl.
I believe so too.
But yes.
Ooh.
This is
I'm
the
at-
kind of shit that I got Weaver's proficiency specifically for.
But I imagine after they both get dressed, Lyra's kind of just waiting out in the She's used to putting on outfits like this. Just gets dressed pretty quickly and then is waiting out there. Probably sees Ashala coming and blushes and just says,
I saw that, Maris.
You didn't see nothing.
I apologize if this was anything bit uncomfortable for you to go through. Considering it's just the first date, well, I suppose here we are.
I hear cat.
I heard cat purrs.
She's so happy right now.
Oh my gosh! I thought that was the sound effect. She's so loud.
Yes, apologies. Please go on.
No. Don't apologize for that.
But are you
Not at all,
comfortable?
Lyra. I am. I am. Don't you worry. You know the nature of the fleet and whatnot. It's never entirely a place to completely let your guard down. So, you know how I am. I always like to be prepared.
Of course. You wouldn't be you if you weren't always prepared for anything.
But I do admit that being able to let our hair down and simply enjoy a lovely evening together, getting dinner, getting to know one another, and maybe even afterwards getting to have some privacy where we can maybe, I want to say, away from the others for a little while so I can maybe introduce you to my family, perhaps.
Oh.
Seeing as, well, I've been hearing so much of yours.
Yes, of course. I would love to.
And that, and also I may have promised a certain lady that I'd be stopping by again soon. So I think it sounds like a good time to introduce them to my partner.
That would be the correct word, I think so.
Trust me, I'm still not used to it.
I'm not used to it either.
But I'm happy about it all the same.
She'll just kind of slither closer and just kind of lean her head against Ashala's arm, just say, "Thank you."
And why are you thanking me, sweetie?
Well, I could tell you were on edge earlier, and I know we come from very different backgrounds, and it can be hard to come together. But I suppose when it comes to this, this is something that, well, I guess I know quite a bit about. So
Oh?
why don't you let me take the lead in that way?
My, how forward of you.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's forward considering we're together, but here.
I mean, if you want to be the one at the steering wheel, sweetie.
I am lying on my stomach. My feet are kicking excitedly. I am listening on my corded phone, wrapping it around my finger.
I just imagine both Sousa and Valentine are just watching through a little peephole, just like full, just like, right, of course. Then let's go. Let us be off, and she'll kind of take her hand, and you can probably grip it pretty easily because of the ring that is centered around it, and just.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I kind of just imagine myself using the mage hand as a glove to actually firmly squeeze your hand back.
Now, here's the deal.
Hmm.
We're going to go to. I mean, I suppose we don't have to go to a nice fine dining kind of experience if that's not what you would like. But whatever sounds most comfortable for you, I would happily experience either.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you ask me, a bit of both never hurt. So how about we go find a lovely place to have a lovely dinner and relish in the time that we have together before I maybe take you back to my family's little hiding hole where we can introduce you to and maybe get a few drinks, have a few laughs, and see where things lead from there.
That sounds lovely.
Okay, so
And I mean-
you. Oh, go ahead.
And I mean, if need be, if before or after dinner, we could always maybe go and have a spa day, perhaps.
Well, after dinner.
No, I say before or after. Again, I'm not. I don't know these things.
Well, plenty of time to do plenty of things. I thought. We don't have to rush into anything.
No, we don't.
We do
Then
have
it's just dinner
plenty
for
of
tonight.
time.
Hmm.
So the plan includes dinner,
Mhm.
A spa day? Question mark.
We'll probably just be dinner and then going to Ashala's old home probably afterwards.
The two of you head towards. There's two places you could potentially go. Ashala, you might have a bit more experience in knowing where these places are. Maybe not how to act with etiquette within them, in the terms of the nobles. But you have the Regal District and certain sections of the Underside. You imagine the Underside, personally, might be a bit easier to just navigate around, especially after you've sort of traveled, and then it's just close to home already, so it's not too much of a far walk, and you can kind of change once you get there.
Hmm.
If your family is on the underside, I suppose we can find a nice place down there.
Well, maybe nice enough for my taste, I suppose, but it is meant to be a date, and I do want to take you somewhere nice, even if I don't exactly know what's the word? Noble etiquette.
I'm sure that even noble etiquette here on the fleet, I'm sure, is a bit looser than what you might have found back in our home.
Depends on, I suppose, how nice of a place we go to, I suppose. Which I will leave that to you. I'm sure there's a few places.
Of course. And I think she'll want to just go to, not like something super hoity-toity fancy, but just like a nice place where you have to get dressed up to like feel welcome, but not like to the point where it's like, oh, we're going to have caviar and mussels and all that stuff.
You
If that
find
makes
with
sense.
you find with your description that it's a bit hard to find even places that meet that description. There are nice places, but given the population of primarily pirates, the only people you imagine who might be like that would likely be on the upper side of the fleet, the top side.
Yeah,
It's much more
that could be so.
cozy and more, oh, let's go out and dress up in the underside, where some of the more like wealthier sections include the sort of red Karaturan, which is vaguely Asian, a mix of cultures at the very least. Section where Cheryl's actual bathhouse resides. There is sort of just like a general district. It's not necessarily assigned to anyone. It's just a general place. There might be a few nice places around. There's the Dwarven Lower Forge District, which is known for having quite the good barbecue and big fries as they handle it. There is a slightly more noble-ish section. It's not necessarily too fancy, but it's definitely as high class as you can potentially get within at least this area of the Underside. Directly next to it is Finea's area, which is also somewhat nice. Definitely a bit more close to what Lyra might be familiar with. Going past the markets, there is also the Drow District, which is, you would feel potentially a bit out of place there amidst the almost exclusively Drow population. Not many people will travel out to see there. But you do know that there are some nicer places there, Ashala. Though the food might be a bit spicy, as the Drow tend to like little dashes of things that might be considered poisonous, but they're still not enough to be actually harmful.
Let's go to the nearby where Finea is. They have some high-class restaurants there, I'm sure.
I think I'm good for that.
Making your way through the comfort of the silvered district, of the white stone and marbled buildings, you find a much more sort of quiet, almost like a little grotto area that has a small restaurant within. And you find that it's a very multicultural place. They have a bit of everything from many of the different races that inhabit the fleet. And it's just referred to as Sanctuary. It's not necessarily like high etiquette. It's just a calm, distant, nice place on a bit of a hill, and it overlooks a bit of the arena. It overlooks a bit of the market districts where you're able to go people watching. It has a bit of the beautiful, just human-like architecture of like the castles and the more noble stone and medieval type buildings. And overall, it's just a comfortable place to be in with bits of silvered trees, well-growing of the like dim lighting made by the various crystals that have just naturally inherit or grow within this location.
I imagine they'll both just very simply order whatever sounds best to them. Just have a nice meal, but Lyra
It
will
looks
just
like a
kind of-
very pretty place for a very pretty lady.
Well, if you're looking for a place to show me off, then I suppose this is a good one.
Well, I do say, you are quite the catch, dear.
A charmer as always.
Lyra,
Mhm.
you feel particularly at peace within this druid's grotto. It's a place that you've felt a bit disconnected from in your travels through space. Not much greenery and just like foliage. While this may not be the greenery, this is definitely much more. It's almost a bit reminiscent of Lex Frigate's garden. But in a much more accessible way, where you feel like you're actually free to reach out and touch and interact with the plants. And you feel very at home. And it gives you an inspiration.
No. You know, back home, I used to maintain the garden. With a lot of effort, but
No. Had a bit of a green thumb, did you?
I think that's fair to say. Considering, well, though I may look it, the ongoings of high society were always a bit, well, bit overwhelming to deal with, at least in some cases, so it helped to have a retreat.
Hmm. I can't imagine such a setting was always so easy when you have to deal with, I suppose, gatherings of people on a, would you say a semi-regular basis, or?
Very regular basis, yes.
Hmm.
It was, at least, it was always difficult. And I want to say that this was always something that was mostly just for my own safety, but whenever these gatherings would take place, well, we are mostly a human colony, so a snake person such as myself was always a bit out of place. So I would wear large gowns and curl myself up and move rather awkwardly in order to fit in.
Wouldn't quite be yourself, so to speak.
Right. And I think they would have accepted me, but it was just easier this way. Looking back, I kind of wish that they would have at least seen the real me.
Well, I can at least see why you and Valentine did eventually settle on a life of adventure after so long of, I suppose, being on your best behavior, so to speak. Wanted something a little bit more on the wild side. With your own personal freedoms.
I never really thought about it much as living on the wild side, but I think that's a fair way to put it. We were, as the daughters of the ruler of the territory, we had expectations. I know there were many suitors that at least attempted to woo me.
Oh, really? Do tell. I'm curious what they tried to do.
Well, that was that was a bit about what I was getting at before, with having some experience. It was, well, it was always the men. And, some of them were quite nice, but it was, I never felt a connection to any of them. It was always, oh, he was nice. We went out to fine dining at restaurants like this and had a pleasant enough time discussing what it is that he was up to and all of his accomplishments. But
I see.
mm,
Well, I could certainly say that I imagine this is a lovely change of pace, just simply getting to talk about you then.
it is. I don't know how interesting, at least, my past is, but it is, well, my current state, albeit endlessly confusing, is certainly more interesting.
Would you say that compared to I want to say the lifestyle that you had compared to now, would you say that you're happier being out in the open and free and doing as you see fit?
She kind of smiles, and looks off for a second as she thinks about this. It's been difficult. But as she looks back to Ashala, I'm glad to have met the people that I have.
And the people that you have are glad to have met you too, sweetie.
Do you have much calm in your upbringing for everything?
Oh, hardly.
Right.
Hardly at all.
I suppose I was looking for a simple transition, but just
No, I completely understand. No, my life, from what little I did remember until recently, at the very least, had very much been always a lifelong of adventure. Always on the move, never in one place. My adoptive father always looking for the next big thing to put himself out there, to enrich himself and his crew, to make a name for themselves. It's always been a consistent and long journey of adventure and never really settling anywhere. And while it's always been exciting, I do admit that there are some days that I wish things just did slow down a little. It's just, I've been so used to the adventuring life that I forgot what it's like to actually just sit down,
have a nice
relax, have a nice evening, especially with a gorgeous and stunning lady.
evening. Well, I'm glad, in a way, and I'm sure that, given time, things will calm down.
Certainly.
Do you wish... Sorry, I should be careful with that word, apparently. I just was thinking about, well, the dangers that we face and the stress. And just, are you happier here with us? Even though we're so very different in terms of values and upbringing. I imagine it's quite a bit of a shift compared to the ways that you were with your adoptive father.
I will admit, I'm more used to the rough and tumble and the more spontaneousness of the adventurous life, as well as its unpredictability, but in its own way, this is just the epitome of unpredictability. I mean, like, who would have thought that I would have fallen for a lovely lady like yourself and ended up taking them on a date on a fleet of pirates?
Weird. Weird how life works in that way.
Quite so. But as always, it's always the stars that I've always found comfort in as I traveled throughout my entire life. And now, I just, as she reaches out to hold your hands, now I have my own little bundle of stars that I can take hold of and cuddle up with whenever I want.
You can see, even through her dress, you can just see, like, the freckles on her shoulders and face. And the stars that make up her hand just kind of, like, brighten a little bit. You. I could get used to hearing those honeyed words.
Don't get too used to them. I wouldn't want you getting bored of me that easy.
That was surely not my intention.
Hmm. Well, I mean, maybe I should keep you on your toes at least a little bit.
Oh, please do. It's one of my favorite things about you.
Other than the game mess that I've seemed to have been over the last few days regarding how things came to be. At least that's been consistent.
Right.
But I do admit, while this was certainly spontaneous and highly unlikely in the kind of lives that we live, I can't say that I regret this in the slightest.
And she'll just kind of just give you the way that her like hand squeezes is a little bit different. It's more so just like a little pulse of energy. Just like she just gives you a smile back. She says, if we went in public right now, I would kiss you. But I do think that would be a little bit inappropriate.
Oh. And she gives a very wide smirk.
I mean, people always say that public displays of affection are a bit off-putting, but...
Uh-huh, as she leans in slowly closer. And what of it?
What of it, of course. Well, I guess that's... Oh,
You know, just because there's many eyes watching in the kind of setting that you once lived in and that meant something, doesn't mean I have to care about the eyes prying, watching us right now, how close we are. None of that matters to me. The only thing that matters to me is you and what you think.
she is just full red, and that same sort of glowing effect is just... It's like, it is obvious how flustered she is. Her body literally shows her entire cards. And just... you're right. And she'll just kind of... just impulsively just lean in and give her a kiss.
That'll catch Charlotte certainly a little bit off guard as she was intending to be very teasing, but then having Lyra make the move, her face will actually be a little red in turn. But she won't pull away. And then at that point, it's like she wants to just, well, as off guard as she is, she wants to enjoy it a little, and so even leans into it a little bit.
I imagine Lyra kind of does so, kisses for like a solid 5 seconds, but just then breaks off and says, well, but we don't want to get kicked out of here.
No, I suppose not. I guess we have to be a little bit behavior, right?
A little bit, of course.
As she sits back down in her chair.
Both of them, I imagine them both like kind of looking away from each other, both just blushing immensely.
Yeah, and I think at that point, assuming they haven't already ordered food, I think it'd be kind of like a little bit of light chatter in between our meal, before we finish up and move on to the next stage.
And
Sounds
everything was absolutely lovely as the food arrives, and the conversation does sort of settle in a little bit as it's interspaced between eating and just having a good time. It's very, very late, but the restaurants never really close. In just terms of time, it's just what would be equivalent to maybe about like 2, 3 in the morning. At this point, but the restaurants, as the fleet is open at all times because there's no time and space, it's just quiet. It's just a nice little private area where it's exclusively for them at this point, almost. So it's a very, very comfortable setting, and the waiters are kind and amenable, and they're very aware of what's going on, so they definitely give you the space. And then in the breaks where they can find it, they're just kind of watching from the distance. They kind of carefully squeeze their way in, like, oh, do you need anything? And it's a wonderful, wonderful experience. Following a comfortable meal, the two of you make your way from Phineas District over to the somewhat quiet district. Still somewhat Karaturn inspired, but not Cheryl's Red District. Just the Blue District. Where Rui's home is, and you find yourself heading down towards the basement. And you do your iconic knock because the door is locked and you don't necessarily have the key on hand, at least. You hear just sort of grumbling coming from the inside. Late in the evening in my jammas and the bastard is dragging back to my door. You best have brought flowers, lad, or... Oh, my stars, you've brought back stars.
Hi.
Come in,
Came back sooner
please.
than expected.
Oh, I'm not dressed for the occasion. And Rui
Oh, you're
welcomes
fine.
he welcomes you in. Oh, and you must have been the one I've heard about.
Well, I suppose that I would be. My name is Lyra Vonderheist.
The name's Rui Kotova, but you can just call me Rui. And she leans in a bit towards you and covers her mouth away from Michelle. Charlotte was never one for Mum. And she winks at you. Come, sit, come, tell me all. No one's expected for some time. Stay the night too, I've just freshened up the place.
Sounds like a perfect time for a nightcap.
I wish I was dressed in something other than my jammas. Oh, and you brought such a pretty girl. And you've gone and... Don't tell me how much you spent. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know. You've emptied your coffers, and it's such a wonderful dress, and I've plenty of unused ones waiting for you in your room. Tell me you've not run dry.
You do?
Yes.
Oh, goodness gracious. Like,
I've-
how long have you had these?
Girl, I've offered you a dress every year on your birthday, at least the day that you were found.
Oh,
And you never wore them?
No, she was always out gallivanting with her father.
I guess I was never... I never had time to dress up, as it were, and I guess I just, Oh, dear.
Well,
We'll have to show them off later.
a first time for everything.
Well, I mean...
Some of them might need
Assuming-
adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, assuming some of the earlier ones need refitting, you know?
Yes, some of them may. Though I did start planning a bit later, as you started to grow a bit.
That
might have
being
to-
said, I'm sure a certain seamstress in our group would certainly love to see me in trying all sorts of stuff, I suppose.
Oh, yes, the others. I imagine it's just a little night out for the two of you, just based on your looks. You're looking
Very
wonderful.
much so.
Just
In
the
fact,
two of us.
yeah, just the two of us. In fact, our said seamstress friend was actually the one that went out of that way to make the outfits for us, actually.
So she was. I might have a visit in my future, potentially.
Oh, I'm sure she would adore that.
Please do.
Maybe you can, maybe you can make something for that fellow that you mentioned at the door. Assuming you're
Only you
serious.
knew. And she sort of settles in and she pours out 2 drinks, and you see that she mixes them a bit before she gives them to either of you. And you see her very, very like discreetly, but you know her a little bit too well, pull out one of the hardest liquors that she has, and just absolutely down something.
Oh my god.
And she is just completely unfazed and just like propping herself up on her hand, elbow on the bar. So, tell me more.
You go first, Lyra.
Okay. Well, I don't know how much you've been told, but we are adventuring together, and well, it was. I apologize. I'm not very good in these sorts of social situations, so you'll have to bear with me. But I'm just very excited to be here and to get to know you a bit. And I'm very happy, and I just wanted you to know that.
Sweet girl, and I'm certain that it's all well and good, and I'm very happy to see that my shawl is doing so well.
Your
It's a treat.
Shala?
It's a treat enough to have my girl back home.
I mean, it's good to be home every once in a while. Especially considering, well, you know, my father wanting me to branch out.
Doesn't want you to be bound to him. I disagree with him. Rather you stay home, if anything, but... Oh, you know how the man is.
And I probably would agree with you when that initially happened, and still partially do. But I do have to admit that if it wasn't for the fact that I did get to go out on my own and explore a little, I wouldn't have found my own starlight.
You see Rui almost fall backwards off her stool as she is just like, oh, you're so adorable, and she casually just grabs like another flask, just takes another swig.
This is so fucking adorable. Swigs.
Are you the one that taught her how to be such a charmer? I must ask.
Bit of column A, bit of column B. It was a bit of me, and well, her father's always been a bit of the flirty type, gallivanter as he is. But I'd like to take credit for her thriftiness at the very least. And she just sort of like takes a moment to just kind of look at Lyra, just kind of look at her hands and just every detail. You feel that she's really just kind of like respectfully picking you apart.
Mm-hmm. Well, this girl here doesn't seem to know how to relax very much, so we're trying to resolve that.
Oh, she never was one for it. No, not a day in her life. You know what we used to do with her back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
We used to have to bring her to the arena because it wasn't enough to be relaxed, settle in with books. No, she had to go watch people fight to the death. Not that she was into that part of it, but...
Listen, I was...
A tomboy through and through.
Listen, I wanted to learn how to fight, okay? Is it so wrong that I wanted to learn from the people in the arena?
No, it's nothing wrong with it.
Hmm.
Are you getting embarrassed just simply by her recounting who you are?
So this is the phenomenon that is the mother figure talks about the embarrassing moments.
Oh, we haven't even gotten started yet, but that's a bit of a thing for later.
Oh
Oh,
God.
I suppose I can be patient.
Just don't leave me an entirely open book. Leave some surprises, would you?
Oh, that's for you. I prefer to keep some level of privacy, but there's still fun moments to call out.
See Lyra's hand wave a bit as she casts sending to Rui and says, "Do you have any baby pictures?"
You immediately get a message back, no hesitation. She has experience having conversations this way. She doesn't even look towards you. She's just staring at Ashala. Plenty.
Okay.
And the rest of the night seems to go on fairly comfortably. As the two of you continue through the night, you have more and more drinks. You start to notice that neither of you particularly feel very tipsy, if anything at all. You notice that when Rui is down her second bottle alone, that she's in fact been making just nice, comfortable drinks for the two of you the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose it's getting very late now. At least the two of you have been up almost the whole day, if I'm imagining. Probably some more. Now then,
At this point, yeah.
I only really did prepare one room, so I'm not opposed to the two of you sharing it. And Lyra, darling, you best be taking care of my Ashala, lest I'm sending the Assassin's Guild to turn you into a pair of boots. And she winks at you.
A pair of boots. Well, I'm quite adept at healing people, I promise you. My job to take care of them.
And you feel her she's a gnome. She's quite the small woman. She takes your hands and like clasps them as much as she can with her gnomish hands.
Mhm.
Just make sure she's safe. That's all I need.
I will. Of course.
All right. Well, come along. Best be getting an extra blanket and everything.
Right, of course.
And she leads you to Ashala's old room, which is incredibly decorated. It is full of old trinkets and little things that Ashala probably is potentially a bit embarrassed about. Little practice training swords, little like portraits of different pirates that she was really interested in being like. She's got a model of the arena.
I imagine
there's-
Lyra just...
Go ahead.
So she just goes around looking at all these different things and just kind of registers them and just... You really do love all this stuff.
I mean, naturally, the stories that I was told as a child, and the things that I've seen then later on, it's the lifestyle that I grew with and grew to love. And to be fair, you know how it is, with those father complexes. You see him as like, the the big goalpost in a sort of way. You know, he's a fantastic swashbuckler. I've seen him fight. He's astonishing. I always wanted to even match his skill one day.
Sure, you're making good progress in that front.
Well, I mean, we survived as long as we did, didn't we? I'm sure we're getting close.
Indeed. You're very capable.
As are you.
She's kind of slithering up to her, wrapping her tail around Ashala, or at least her feet. Say, I'm quite tired, if you wouldn't mind.
I don't mind at all. Although, the bed's a little smaller, so we'll have to get plenty cozy. I hope you don't mind.
You can always use me as a bed. Nothing I'm not used to.
That sounds very inviting.
She'll just kind of lay down, and as soon as Ashala joins, she just wraps her tail around her. Honestly, kind of like possessively, and just holds her close. Says, "This work?"
Oh, this works plenty fine. If it means I get to be close to you.
She'll just lean over and give Ashala a kiss.
She happily reciprocates.
Lingers on it for a bit and just says, I think I could get used to this.
Same. A little break from intervention never hurt.
Indeed.
At least it hasn't hurt so far.
Give you a tighter squeeze.
Mm-mm. Don't squeeze too tightly, otherwise it really will hurt.
In a moment of silence between the two of you, you hear very quietly off in the distance, somewhere else in the house, my girl is back, the rich girl, my girl is back, the rich girl. And Rui's just celebrating off in the distance. My fucking god.
Let's go, my girl Mary's rich! Meanwhile, Lyra probably doesn't have much. It's Valentine that has the money.
And the rest of the night passes comfortably. The following morning, everyone meets up at the lower docks. In the underside, having anticipated going for a bit of an excursion, potentially today, to explore the mines, but more or less just to pick up the two. The two of you have reunited with the others. The decision of where to go next lies within your hands.
So, if I'm not mistaken, considering we do have a couple of goals down in the mines, one being the Hydra, the other to find, I forget the name, but the sleazebag father that is never around. I would probably say it'd be a good time to maybe try to hit two birds with one stone there.
I think that makes quite a lot of sense.
At the very least, it wraps up two things we need to do here nicely before we go out and choose to do something out in space, which I know, was it Finea mentioned Is that the with Mac about locating his family?
Yes, she needed to test the experimental vessel next. But once that's ready, which it's likely been tested by this time, it's more or less just reporting in and being like, "Hey, we're ready. Let's go catch them."
I will probably go over to Valentine and just be like, were you able to find anything about Papa?
Yes and no. The unfortunate news is I was unable to discern the sender of the letter. But the good news is, well, this might be best delivered privately, at least
Oh.
for now.
Of course. And she'll just kind of like nod and just as walking away, just kind of turn back to Valentine. It was really nice, by the way.
We can get to that in a moment. I want full details.
Of course.
Valentine's, I presume we're going to go back to her room and shut the door and just...
So I came across a rather interesting text. I was going to do a bit of research into Federation prisons to see if there's
Right.
anything we could do to help Papa. And I found something really quite miraculously topical. A book titled How to Escape Federation Prisons by one Quill Frost.
What? The very same.
I can only presume. And considering the fact that my name was in the prologue, I think I was intended to read it. So,
Incredible.
courtesy of our friend Quill from decades, centuries forward and or back, I now have extensive information that could help him.
Well then,
Should we feel so particularly bold.
I think I don't know when, but that definitely, I would love to do that too.
I know that there's a lot that requires our attention. We have a lot of people counting on us. And it's difficult for me to admit that rescuing our father doesn't take precedence over everything else. But this is deeply important.
I think it's more important than going to where my potential homeworld might be. And do not feel bad about that. It's both Mama and Papa at this point that I fear are in danger. And I don't want to lose them.
She gives a a very tight smile, and her eyes actually start to mist over at that. She just pulls you in for a hug, and oh, thank you for saying that, Lyra. I didn't want to get in the way of you doing whatever you needed to do for yourself.
I suppose I've been dancing around it for a long time. More time doesn't hurt.
Maybe, but what's important to you is important to me as well.
All right. I don't think I'd be able to have a clear conscience if we did my side of things first.
All right. I think for now, given everything that's happening at the fleet with this false Hydra business and Finea's quest for Mag, I do think this can wait a moment longer. After all, we can't exactly help Papa if we lose our memories. And, well, time is of the essence for Mac and his people. And one life does not outweigh those of several, no matter how important that one life might be to us.
Of course, and if we're talking purely in logical states, Papa's not really going anywhere.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
That is true. So, for now, let's keep this between us, because I don't want to distract the others. We've all got a lot on our minds.
Of course. She'll just hug Valentine tightly and just say, I love you, sister.
I love you too, Lyra. Give her a big squeeze. Now, I expect you to tell me absolutely everything that happened from dusk until this point now, because the fact that my darling baby sister did not come home last night is of great interest.
I'm going to use one of your lines in response. That a woman is allowed her secrets in at least some cases.
I'm allowed my secrets.
How
What
dare
does that
you use
mean?
my words?
I'll give you. It's like, okay, fine. I can't say no to you. We went and had a lovely dinner
Good.
and learned a lot about each other.
Mm-hmm.
I told her about my time taking care of a garden back home and how that made me happy. And how I had an interesting childhood. Not a bad one. But and we talked about
Unconventional, perhaps.
unconventional indeed. And then he told me a little bit about how her life has always been full of adventure. And how now we find ourselves kind of in the middle of both of those. Nice little juxtaposition, I would say. And then, well, We went back to her mother's adoptive, be clear.
Her mother's? You met her family?
Just the mom, but yes.
I didn't realize it was this serious.
I guess it would be if that's the step that was taken, but I promise you it's just to have some nice drinks introduce me and everything, but he was very nice.
Yes, what manner of character was her mother?
Well, they owned a bar and seemed to have some sort of secret password. But
All the good ones do.
all the good ones do, of course. Nice little speakeasy. But was very, very happy to see Asala happy. And I can see where she got some of her charms.
Well. Good work, Lyra.
Good work.
Yes, it sounds like you had a very enjoyable evening, and you even gotten so far as to meet her family.
It was nice, though. Her mother asked me to promise to protect her.
Hmm.
Of course, I said yes.
Well, you're already doing a good job of that.
Hmm.
Not just her, mind you.
Yeah. And it was probably at least 3 or 4 a.m. by that point, so there we are.
Shame we can't bring her to meet our family. Unfortunately, one is in a Federation prison, and the other is isolated on our home planet.
Well, if we do end up going to free our father, well, that will be a nice... I suppose that will be the introduction.
Her eyes kind of sparkle at that, like,
What an introduction that would be.
I think that would get her on Papa's good side.
Certainly. Certainly. Yeah, I'm very glad you had a nice evening.
I did.
Well, let's get back to the others. I'm sure they're eager to begin our day.
Everyone meets up at the top deck. Everyone's switched out of their nice clothing, and everyone's all geared up and ready for the day ahead. Wherever they decide to go.
So, lots to do, lots to accomplish.
Right.
Everyone feeling rested?
Quite.
I would like to insight check that. I'm curious
You may.
as to how much, if any, rest was getting done last night.
hey, yo.
It's an 8.
You have no clue what's going on.
I
At this
try
point, you just
so
let
hard.
your own imagination go wild.
Arguably the worst alternative. But having gathered everyone together and settling in on taking 2 birds with 1 stone with the mines, the party begins their expedition by heading towards the arena Sharina. The path to the underside mines are within Sharina, the massive arena surrounding the silver tree, growing as the centerpiece of the fleet. In a series of alternating stairwells, one side leads upwards into the arena proper, the other leads downwards into the mines below, where prisoners, slaves, and other undesirables of the fleet are abandoned. Ashala, make a history check with advantage.
I shall do so.
22. You recall having just discussed it recently with Rui and your experiences. You hold plenty of familiarity with the place, going to watch Skaith fight whenever the crew was in debt, and even occasionally sneaking away into the depths of the mines yourself, but you never really got too far before being scared off. Any checks to investigate will have advantage going forward. At least for paths that you're familiar with.
Gotcha.
Descending downwards. A large winding path extends deeper. A massive wide road, almost as large as one of the main streets, lies abandoned. More mining equipment scattered to the side, fragments of crystals mined, and overgrown mushrooms beginning to take over the neglected site. The bustling sound of the city fades into nothing as the eerie silence of the mine takes hold. Amid the path, you notice an unusually discolored boulder sitting in the center of the road. Make an investigation or perception check with advantage, whichever is higher, Ashala.
Do that 23.
23, you immediately recognize the rock as one of the things that had prevented you from exploring in the past. The thing that you have encountered, if I can successfully switch over, is referred to as a gaj. They are massive creatures, insect rock-type creatures that essentially feed on intelligence and generally try to rip memories from you.
Ooh.
They are generally considered to be hostile, but you notice that this one is seemingly just resting, and as you all approach, it seems to poke its eyes and mandibles out just a bit and just watches you carefully.
Well, it's certainly a particular creature. Normally they're pretty ravenous.
I certainly don't like the look of it.
Is it something we should treat with particular caution here?
I'm just gonna blow it up. It's not actually this big.
Oh,
I know you just said it, but still, just like
yeah.
Fear.
Reflex.
Get the big fella.
little fella, big fella.
Big little fella.
And it seems to just be watching.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, from their reputation, from the little I know, is that they're usually not so docile.
Hmm.
You know, I never really attempted to do such a thing before, but I might. Assuming what I know about them, I want to try something.
Okay.
I want to psychic whispers with it.
Oh,
Okay.
Assuming. Let me see. Hold on. You can establish a communication between yourself and others. Up to number. Now, you can speak with telepaths and the other creature must be within 1 mile of each other. A creature can't. Let's see. A creature can't use telepathy if it can't speak any can't speak any language, and a creature can. Oh right, so maybe not, because I don't think there was any ever any info about them ever like being able to communicate. If I'm not mistaken, correct?
Roll me a nature check.
I'll do a nature. No.
You have no clue whether these things have a language. For all you know, they might even have a society down here.
Hmm.
The only thing you know is that they're hostile. They tend to rip people in half, and they tend to steal your memories. That's it.
Considering I don't know jack shit, I think I would like to attempt, like at least to try to communicate, see if anything does happen.
Okay.
So I would like to try to communicate with it, saying that if you can understand me, we don't mean any harm. We're just passing through.
Roll me animal handling.
Animal handling. No.
Oh, goodness.
Oh my
Actually,
god.
You know what?
Chomps twice.
You know what? I'm using that inspiration.
Okay.
Okay,
Better.
and I think I'm gonna throw in a D8 as well, just to see if something does happen here, because I'm kind of curious. Okay, it's a what? So it's only 16. Never mind.
You see its legs start to pop out a little bit as you sort of just try approaching it and just trying to call out to it. And you see the mandibles just like snap once or twice as you kind of approach. But as you approach slowly and just like gently reach out a hand, it snaps its mandibles a bit less sharply. It's still snapping them as you approach, and then as you start to get really, really close to it, it opens its mandibles just wide. Seemingly wider than it has previously. And it waits for you to make an action.
Are you sure
Okay.
about this?
So it's basically from what I can I insight this perhaps, like maybe is it like if you get within like certain distance of me, I'm going to jump you, or
You can make an insight check
yeah.
based on the creature's behavior that you've seen so far.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a D8 in there. I need to see if I can try to even read this thing. Okay, so an 11.
As far as you can tell with this creature, if it wanted to attack you, it likely would have gotten up and started rushing you by this point. So it seems to just be waiting for you to do something. And it seems to just be like, you see its eyes kind of just like really quickly kind of like skitter, and it's like as much as it's like it can move its entire head to look, it's being very careful and just kind of scanning each of you individually.
Mm-hmm.
It's waiting for just one more movement. That's at least as far as you can tell.
Yeah.
Is there any way we can move around it?
I think like you say like one more movement. Like I'm gonna presume it's more rather towards it.
Yes.
So I think like trying to get like a good gauge of like its intent. I think Ashala would I think assessing the situation would probably start moving slightly away.
As you start to move away, it snaps a couple of times a bit angrily. And then opens its mandibles up once more as you start to step back towards it.
Oh, back towards it.
Yes.
We're quite
This is
certain
very
we can't
peculiar.
just kill it.
I
Did
mean,
you say to kill it?
I said, are we certain we can't just kill it?
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you want. I mean, normally they're pretty hostile, you know? Like, it's
roll a
very
charisma
rare
check.
for them. A charisma check. 19.
It kind of snaps at your statement.
I kind of squint. No, maybe not. No, I think it genuinely understands what I'm saying.
I want Lyra to take a few steps up to try and see if she can gather any more information. Not too close, just like 30 feet.
It sort of snaps at Lyra a bit. And then just remains just watching for Ashala.
We have to get through.
Mm-hmm. I kind of I'm looking towards it. I then look towards where we're heading, and I kind of point into that general direction. If you can, and again, mentally but also verbally, if you can understand me, and trust me, I don't know if you generally can, but we're looking to go that way.
When you point, it snaps twice. And just seems to just be kind of just watching you still. Opening its mandibles wide again.
Do you intend to stop us from going that way?
Its mandibles open a bit wider.
Out of character, something occurs to me. You said that this thing feeds on memories too, right?
It can eat memories,
It does.
yes.
Does it have like a more preferred diet, or?
It
'Cause
definitely
when
eats. It eats anything it can get. They're carnivores. But you are aware that it consumes memories with one of its abilities.
Because I'm almost thinking that if that's one of the things it eats, assuming it's something that enjoys and potentially seeks out eating such things, it probably wouldn't be in or willing to go into the territory of a false Hydra, since that would be a competition. That's just out of character, though. Supposition.
Do you have detect thoughts, Ashala?
I do.
Okay, you cast detect thoughts. And it's a bit of a jarbled mess because it's not necessarily a language, but you get emotions at the very least.
Okay.
Let me just actually confirm that it has an intelligence. Nice. You get emotions of grief, of resentment and anger, but you don't feel it directed towards you immediately. You just feel that it's just kind of in general. And it's a bit hard to do without going particularly deeper.
Without trying to probe deeper just yet, Ashala would like to give a quizzical look. Bear with me. This is very unusual. To be fair, I don't even think anyone's even ever tried to attempt this. But, and she would like to mentally, mentally and quizzically ask, like, did you lose something or someone? Like, family or something close to you? Down that direction.
It just seems to stare. Its mandibles that are open wide, kind of. They kind of move in a little bit as if to close, but they don't snap, and they open back wide again.
I don't suppose I could try to make another insight on this.
Yeah, you can make another insight.
Yeah, because I'm just kind of trying to get a general idea of what this thing is doing. Ooh, and you know what? Just to solidify that, I'm definitely throwing another. Yeah.
27.
Wow.
You get the impression that this creature is inviting you into its mandibles. As for what reason you can't ascertain, but you notice that it's being passive in a way. And as you're inciting it, you actually take notice of something else. Its antennae seem to be flicking just a tiny bit. They're very feathery. And they seem to just be flickering towards you. But you get the sense that it wants you to walk towards it.
Does my gut tell me that I get the feeling it'll do something harmful if I do? Judging from its posture?
Judging from its posture, it's being defensive. However, but from your understanding of the creature and your insight, you have the feeling that if this thing wanted to hurt you, it would have already.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do something that might be considered stupid.
Always a good start.
What might that be?
I think it's beckoning me closer.
I'm sure it is. You're not going to listen to it, are you?
Okay, hear me out. This thing's no joke. And if this thing charges, it would have already caused us severe harm. I already know from my previous experiences with these creatures. This one's different.
I'm going to prepare. If anything, if it tries to make an aggressive move, or to try and hurt you, I'll pull you out of there. I don't
knows?
like this, but I prefer to not fight it.
Agree.
Likewise.
Ashala will cautiously approach.
Okay.
The gun ready?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
As you step closer and closer, finally within the range of its mandibles, and you really didn't appreciate the size of how massive this creature was until you are within feet of it. Its mandibles slowly begin to move, and it holds you within its mandibles. And it gently lifts you. And the antennae are flickering, and one of them is slowly flickering towards you, but it's waiting to see your reaction first.
Hold me closer, tiny dancer.
Hmm. I'm trying to. If it's flicking its antenna, it's like its own way of like trying to communicate. So it's like, I don't know if I should like try to focus on that mentally, or actually, yeah, I think I want to like try to between the detect thoughts and the telepathic link I think we're sharing already. I do want to try and focus in on that.
Okay. As you begin to try and open up a sort of psionic connection to it as the antenna approaches you, and you don't resist or fight back to it, it is going to touch you with its mind-probing antenna. And it is going to make you make a wisdom saving throw. You have the option to choose to fail it,
Oh boy.
given the way that this has gone so far.
I think the intent is to, I think, let it see what it's wanting to see.
Okay.
So I am going to willingly fail it.
As a result, you take 3d10 psychic damage as 16, as you feel as the antenna like rests upon the top of your head, you feel a sort of sharpness pierce into your mind, as you feel it sort of just kind of entering, but you feel it very swiftly, almost like it's like a very quick, like a needle, almost. But it lingers just a bit as it's seemingly looking for something specific, and you feel it almost drawing towards the mines. You feel it drawing towards the reason why you're here. And then as soon as it seemingly finds something, it immediately lets go, removes the antenna, and then backs up.
Okay.
Lyra will rush up to her and just immediately just be like, are you okay?
Yeah, it just hurt a bit, but I'm fine.
What happened?
I think it was looking for something in my head. The way it felt, I think it was trying to understand why we were here. And I think it gets it now. Yeah, as she turns back to the creature. Like, what kind of posture is it making now?
After it's backed away, it's actually slowly beginning to stand up, and it's sort of posturing back, sort of showing you a bit of its underbelly. But then you see it looking around and just snapping its mandibles repeatedly. And you begin to see several appear from all around.
This could have gone really badly if we fought.
Mm-hmm.
And then they all begin sort of skitter off the sides.
Is that good?
And then this one is going to stand aside and just sort of continue watching.
I think they're letting us pass.
All right.
If you say so.
I think that's a good thing.
I mean, to be fair, as much as my head is killing me, I would have preferred this rather than fighting 5 of them. So
It's
I'd
very
say
understandable.
let's take them up on their kindness.
Very well.
But Charlotte, you
Chill.
gain an inspiration.
Oh hell yeah!
I wonder if place the one used.
Nice. Yeah.
I'll patch that up. I just don't want to cause any unnecessary panic in them.
Of course, sweetie. We can do it further in. And she'll look to
Advancing.
the
go ahead.
she'll look to the creature she was communicating with before, and she'll give like a closed eye nod before looking back to her group and kind of proceeding onwards.
Advancing onwards, you pass without any issue past the Gauge, and none of them seem to give chase. In fact, some of them even seem to clear off or return back to their original positions, and they wait for you to get past before ultimately moving again. And you advance onwards. The entrance to the mines has arrived, and it is almost pure inky black darkness as you begin to step into the solitary entrance to the underside's depths. Does anyone want to do anything before you enter?
Oh gosh.
Lyra will do the quick heal. Just to try and mend damages. Just 10, but that's most of it.
Still fine.
Mm-hmm.
What's done?
Well, I suppose here we are then.
Yeah. I'm just glad we didn't have to get all rough and tumbled so quickly before even getting to the entrance.
I don't suppose anyone has a way to produce some light for vision's sake.
I say as the party's human who doesn't have dark vision.
I am light. I can take care of that, I promise.
Thank you.
And she'll just kind of, at least for now, just do her little shift to enter into the starry form, which sheds light for like at least 30 feet, I think it is. Let me double check that. Oh, actually, it's not that much, but still. Lyra has ways to produce light. So.
Yeah, I think I have one as well. I think prophecy.
Prophecy does produce
I-
light, yes. If you ignite prophecy, it does produce light.
Yeah, I'll also have prophecy be another source of light for the group as well.
Right.
Okay. As you all enter, you begin to feel a strange sensation wash over each of you. Everyone make a wisdom check.
Heck,
Uh-oh.
or save.
Good start.
Wisdom check.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Okay.
16.
16.
21.
13.
Don't like that music, DM.
21.
Music sounds awful tense.
Hmm.
Okay. I want everyone to roll a Constitution save.
Oh.
Aw.
Everyone, aside from Zuza, unfortunately, roll
I
with
figured.
advantage.
Do I roll with disadvantage or just
You roll
normal?
normally. You regularly roll.
Okay.
Ooh, nat 20 for me.
That's a 12 for me.
Mm.
The hits just keep coming.
21.
Alright. Okay. Now I would like for Valentine, roll me a dexterity check. Or dexterity save.
Uh-huh.
It's
Nat 1.
good.
Wait, no, I'm gonna use a luck point. Screw that.
Yeah, that seems like a good use.
Okay. 14.
Oh,
Oh,
So
no,
that's a-
nat 20.
Oh,
Nat
yeah,
20.
that's way better.
That's that's
significantly
a fair
better.
bit better.
Lily, what's your spellcasting modifier?
Plus 11.
But what's your, the stat for it? Apologies.
What's my wisdom score?
Yes, roll wisdom save.
Why do I feel like we're simulating a fight that
24.
we're going to forget
I know,
happened?
I'm so scared.
Because I
Shala,
feel like that's exactly what's happening.
roll me a dexterity check. Save.
What is happening?
A dexterity save.
Save,
Just
yes.
straight, yeah?
Yes, save.
Chat, can we get some Fs in chat for
Uh-oh.
us?
For real, I think we're cooked.
Zuza,
Yeah.
roll me a constitution check with disadvantage.
Okay.
Why?
No!
Why?
That's a
Oh.
6. Oh boy.
Each of
Are
you,
we dead, DM?
Each of you
Oh no.
begin walking close together,
Mhm.
trying to stay as close as possible to stay within the light of each other. And you feel the sense of time passing. And it's discomforting feeling it occur. But none of you can quite place it. As you just feel this moment of walking in the dark, past rocks and stone. And suddenly, one by one, you begin to snap to attention. Starting with Lyra, then Ashala, then Valentine, and then finally with Zuza.
Okay.
As you snap to attention, you see a strange and filthy looking man holding some sort of fleshy object, partially obscured by a bag.
Right. Just real quick, on snapping back to attention, I'm going to use one of my cards,
Okay.
which is the cups, at least on myself for now. Which,
Okay.
for 1 minute, I'm immune to being charmed, and I can add a roll of my fate die to intelligence, wisdom, or charisma checks.
Ooh, that seems
Okay.
pretty good.
I don't have anything in particular in mind to this, but just as I snap to attention, I just want to note that I'm immune to charms.
Okay.
I don't like how accepting Ollie is.
Worth a
You
try.
you see the man in front of you, a bit of a distance ahead of you, almost as if he's walking a bit faster than everyone else. Ah, so it does work. Despite his appearance, A sort of sheepish look crawls across his face as he mouths the word sorry, rubs his hands on his outfit, fully putting the fleshy object away, and begins to ruffle through his deep red hair. Directly next to each of you, you see a much taller, more muscular man who is walking alongside you, his arm covering in front of his face. Dad, a gruff voice calls. What could have possibly compelled you to have done something so stupid? Much larger looking but younger man covers his face. Two heavy looking horns protruding from the side of his head, almost like the head of an axe. And he stares in almost disbelief, slowly lowering his hands. Well, they asked if it was potent, and I had to know, and, well, now we know. You find yourself on the outside of the mines, rather, at the edge of the entrance. A sudden wave of exhaustion overtakes each of you, as well as the realization of wounds all over your bodies. Everyone takes 2 points of exhaustion.
Oh.
Oh. This
Going from
freaking
top to bottom.
FF14 dragon person looking guy.
Lyra,
Yeah?
you have a bite taken out of your tail.
Oh!
You feel your arms and hands shaking, as if you're just struggling to keep yourself up. You are at about half HP.
Okay.
And within your hands are 3 diamonds, and you are clutching one of them. So much so that if you could understand what it was like to white knuckle your hands, you would understand it. And understanding this, you slowly begin to open your hand, and it hurts to open your hand from how hard you've been clutching, and you don't know how long you've been clutching it. And the 3 diamonds are just coated in blood.
Even though I don't have hands.
Ashala, you have a deep cut running across your side, and you are at about a quarter HP. The wound in your side is deep, but you feel it's been cauterized. In the same hand that you are putting pressure on the wound is the same hand that you are holding prophecy. Almost as if you cauterize it yourself.
Oh. I have a
Valentine.
feeling y'all are gonna need to try another revivification, buds.
Valentine, you're only missing a quarter of your HP, but you're physically and mentally exhausted, as if you've run a marathon and taken a long exam immediately afterwards. You are holding yourself up using your rapier and its sheath as a walking cane. And as you are wondering why you're using your rapier at all, you begin to reach around and find that all of your guns, aside from the bolter, have misfired, and you have no bullets left.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Jesus Christ.
You still have bolter ammunition.
Y'all, do you know how many bullets I had?
Zuza,
I had so many.
I'm dead.
you are at a quarter HP.
Oh, that's more than I was expecting.
Your nails are torn to shreds, and your hands are completely covered in calluses. You feel a sickening feeling churning in your stomach as if you've eaten something horrible. Looking to the draconic man next to you, he is completely covered in scars from head to toe, and his clothing seems to be very minimal. At least he's wearing some type of just covering over his overall body, but he's certainly not wearing anything for comfort, much like the other man. Well,
looks like we're going to have to do this again. My name is Harold. That buffoon over there, and he points to the man in the distance, that is Harold. Some point over the last few months, we've been in the mines running the tunnel snakes. I don't know why, because I'm the only person that was ever in the tunnel snakes. There was no one else. I guess I made my own gang. And the thought crosses to each of you that there was, at one point, a somewhat sizable gang, at least for each of the gangs between the Jets and the Sharks. But then again, you never knew of any of the members. You just find it a bit odd that you don't particularly know why you would remember so many when there really ever was only 2 people in the mines, after all.
That's weird. That doesn't. Are we?
But I remember making the Sharks work with the others. I don't remember how. And Harold is my father, and we took him. I took him. Why does that feel wrong? Things got foggy after we got to the mines, and you came and saved us from the thing that was here with us. I never looked at it. But if you look at it, you forget. And the goat-teed man begins to slowly make his way back. Well, I suppose that's as right as it could be. Very well done, Harold. He seems a bit awkward as he kind of adjusts himself back. Yes, he's mostly right about things. And then he is going to just like pull his sleeves up, revealing that there is writing, almost like a crazed individual, going up his entire arm. Some of it is even carved into his own arms.
Ew.
From what I understand, long story short, that thing came, killed everyone. Assuming there was an everyone, I don't believe it, I've never seen them. But then you came, you killed it, you took us with you. I put its head in a bag. I believe this is the head, and he holds up the pouch overall. And it turns out that if you look at the face, even if it's not alive, it'll still eat your memories. So, a bit of a mistake on that one.
Oh.
But, good work.
You mean to say that we were successful, but you revealed it and caused us to lose our memories all over again of the whole ordeal?
Such would be the thing, yes.
You ridiculous old man!
I'm sorry, but who are you?
Oh, well, me, as you may not remember, I am the individual you supposedly were coming to see, as written here, and he shows a very bloody scar across his wrist. I am Harold Moondrop, former proprietor of the Moondrop Inn.
Ugh.
Oh.
Harold, go home! We're tired of looking for you.
Yes, but you insisted that I travel with you specifically, so as not to leave your vision and to walk about 20 paces ahead.
Did we?
Yes. At least that's the reason why I believe I have 20 paces written on my hand.
All right, fine. We'll escort you home. Good gracious.
Harold turns towards the rest of you. I don't know how long I was stuck alone with him. Thank you for getting me out of there.
Well,
You're welcome, I'm sure. I just wish I could remember any of it.
we've been trying to at least find some information about at least that Herald for, I would say, a few months.
Hmm.
So I can only assume that's your timetable. I'm sorry, I'm kind of at a loss for words, considering.
You see the Draconic Man slowly begin to bury a hand onto his head. He clearly does not remember any of the last few months either.
Wait, are you both named Harold?
No, I'm Herald, as in to announce one's arrival. He's Harold, like a dork.
Oh.
Can you all gather around me really quickly? I'm not gonna let us all just go upstairs while we're missing parts of our bodies.
Yes, that would be rather smart.
I certainly
idea.
know. I certainly know that whatever happened in there, I know this wound is going to scar real bad.
Does anyone else feel the need to try heave?
Everyone heals 29.
Everyone heals 29, yay!
Yay!
And that is where we are going to end tonight's session.
Oh my god.
Christ!
Oh my god.
That's great.
I don't trust that we actually did it, but I guess we did.
We'll never know. It's not like we can look.
I mean, one would suspect that the reason why it's called a Hydra is it has many heads, but we only seem to have one. So, I mean, I don't know. We could have maybe cut one off, or maybe we did kill it. Who's to know for sure?
I guess
Who knows?
we'll just give it back to the Weaver, and if it works, great. Mission
Back down
accomplished.
the hole we go.
Thank you all so much for coming. I hope you all had a wonderful time. We're gonna head into a ending screen, which I'm gonna start doing that from now on. That way we get to kind of chat a little bit between us. Then we get to raid our person that we're going to go visit, and that way we can give them the attention that they're looking for. But yes, thank you all so much for coming. I hope to see you all in the next 2 weeks. And as always, safe travels. Bye bye.